Welcome back to Boring History for Sleep, where we explore the mundane details of the past in the most soothing way possible. Tonight, we're diving into something that might make you grateful for your modern kitchen: the absolutely dreadful state of food in colonial America. Picture this: it's 1650, and you're sitting down to what passes for dinner in a typical colonial household. The bread is dense and gritty, made from whatever grain survived the latest pest infestation. Your meat has been preserved in so much salt that it could probably cure leather, and the vegetables, well, let's just say they've seen better days, probably several weeks ago. But here's the thing about colonial food: it wasn't terrible because people didn't know better. It was terrible because survival trumped flavor every single time. When you're facing a harsh winter with limited supplies, a months-old barrel of salted pork starts looking like a feast, even if it tastes like eating the ocean itself. Tonight, we'll explore the fascinating world of colonial preservation methods, from the art of making hardtack that could literally break your teeth, to the mysterious process of creating something called leather breeches, which, spoiler alert, has absolutely nothing to do with pants. We'll discover why milk was considered dangerous, why everyone drank alcohol instead of water, and how a simple meal preparation could take an entire day of backbreaking work. We'll also delve into the seasonal struggles that determined what ended up on colonial tables, the ingenious yet disgusting ways people stretched their food supplies, and why a fresh apple in March was worth more than gold. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare to drift off as we explore the wonderfully boring world of colonial cuisine, where every meal was an adventure in survival, and flavor was just a distant dream. Picture this: you wake up in colonial America around 1650. Your stomach growls, demanding breakfast. But there's no refrigerator humming in the corner, no grocery store down the street, and certainly no drive-through window. Instead, you're facing a reality that would make most modern people lose their appetite entirely. The first thing you need to understand about colonial food is that freshness was a luxury reserved for the brief moments between harvest and spoilage. Without refrigeration, preservation became an art form born of desperation. Salt was worth its weight in silver, literally. Families would ration it like precious medicine, using every grain to cure meat that had to last through brutal winters. Let's start with the staples that kept colonists alive, though barely thriving. Corn, or maize as they called it, dominated every meal. But this wasn't the sweet, buttery corn on the cob we enjoy today. Colonial corn was hard, starchy, and required hours of grinding just to make it edible. Women would spend entire mornings hunched over stone querns, grinding kernels into coarse meal that would become everything from bread to porridge, to a thin gruel that passed for soup. The grinding process itself was backbreaking work. The stone quern consisted of two circular stones, the upper one rotating against the lower. Women would pour corn kernels into the center hole, turn the heavy upper stone by hand, crushing the kernels between the rough surfaces. Their hands would blister, their backs would ache, and after hours of work, they'd have maybe enough cornmeal for a day's worth of meals. This cornmeal became the foundation of countless dishes, none of them particularly appetizing. Hasty pudding was exactly what it sounds like cornmeal boiled in water or milk, until it formed a thick, porridge-like consistency. It was filling, yes, but imagine eating the same bland, gritty mixture for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, day after day, month after month. Then there was succotash, a dish borrowed from Native Americans that combined corn with beans. While this provided some nutritional variety, the colonial version was far from the seasoned side dish we know today. It was often just boiled corn and beans, with perhaps a bit of salt, if the family was lucky enough to have any. Bread, when they could make it, was a far cry from the fluffy loaves we take for granted. Colonial bread was dense, often made from a mixture of cornmeal and whatever wheat flour they could obtain. The wheat itself was frequently contaminated with ergot, a fungus that could cause hallucinations, convulsions, and even death. Imagine biting into your daily bread, never knowing if it might be your last meal or the start of a terrifying psychedelic experience. The baking process was an ordeal in itself. Colonial ovens were basically stone chambers built into fireplaces. Women would build a fire inside the oven, let it burn until the stones were heated through, then rake out the coals and ashes. They'd quickly sweep the floor clean and slide in their loaves. Hopping the residual heat would be enough to bake the bread properly. Too little heat meant raw, doughy centers. Too much heat meant charred exteriors and wasted precious flour. Meat, when available, presented its own set of challenges and horrors. Fresh meat was a rare luxury, available only immediately after slaughter. The rest of the time, colonists relied on preserved meat that would make modern health inspectors faint. Salt pork was the most common preserved meat, created by packing pork in layers of salt for weeks or months. The salt curing process drew out moisture and created an environment hostile to bacteria, but it also created a product that was incredibly salty and tough. Before cooking, the meat had to be soaked in water for hours to remove some of the salt. But this process never fully restored the meat's original texture or flavor. What remained was a chewy, overly salty chunk of protein that provided necessary nutrition but little pleasure. Beef jerky, or charqui, as it was sometimes called, was another preservation method. Thin strips of beef were dried in the sun or over smoky fires until they became leather-like strips that could last for months. While nutritious, eating jerky was like chewing on seasoned shoe leather. Colonists would often have to soak it in water or broth just to make it soft enough to swallow. Fish presented similar challenges. Coastal communities had access to fresh fish, but only for brief periods. The rest of the time, they relied on salt cod, which required extensive soaking and preparation. The fish would be packed in salt for preservation, creating rock-hard slabs that needed to be soaked for days before cooking. Even then, the resulting fish was often still too salty and had a texture that bore little resemblance to fresh seafood. Vegetables were perhaps the most tragic part of the colonial diet. Without proper storage methods, fresh vegetables were available only during their brief growing seasons. The rest of the year, colonists relied on root vegetables stored in cold cellars, potatoes, turnips, onions, and carrots that gradually softened and sprouted as winter wore on. By spring, these stored vegetables were often more sprout than vegetable, soft and bitter from months of storage. Colonists would cut away the worst parts and use what remained, but the nutritional value had degraded significantly. Scurvy was a real threat during late winter and early spring when vitamin C became scarce. Cabbage was one of the few vegetables that could be preserved effectively through fermentation, creating sauerkraut. While this provided some nutrition and variety, the fermentation process often went wrong, resulting in slimy, foul-smelling masses that were barely edible, but still consumed out of necessity. Dairy products, when available, were another source of both nutrition and potential disaster. Milk spoiled quickly without refrigeration, often within hours during hot summer months. Colonists learned to process milk into cheese and butter as quickly as possible, but these processes required skill and proper conditions that weren't always available. Butter was made by churning cream for what seemed like hours, a tedious process that required constant motion to separate the fat from the buttermilk. In hot weather, the butter would often turn rancid before it could be properly salted and stored. Rancid butter has a sharp, unpleasant taste that's impossible to mask, but colonists often used it anyway rather than waste precious dairy products. Cheesemaking was equally challenging and unpredictable. Without proper temperature control or understanding of bacterial cultures, colonial cheese was often inconsistent in quality. Some batches would develop properly, creating nutritious and relatively tasty cheese. Others would become moldy, slimy, or develop off flavors that made them barely palatable. This was the daily reality of colonial food, a constant struggle against spoilage, contamination, and scarcity that turned every meal into a gamble with both nutrition and survival. The foundation of colonial sustenance rested upon grain. Yet even this most basic necessity presented countless challenges that would perplex modern sensibilities. Wheat, the golden standard of European bread making, struggled against the unfamiliar American climate and soil conditions. Colonial farmers discovered that their cherished European wheat varieties often succumbed to harsh winters, unpredictable growing seasons, and plant diseases previously unknown to their agricultural experience. In the northern colonies, particularly New England wheat cultivation, proved so problematic that many settlements abandoned it entirely infamous wheat blast, a fungal disease that blackened grain heads just before harvest, devastated entire communities' food supplies. Farmers watched helplessly as months of careful cultivation turned to worthless, blackened stalks, swaying mockingly in autumn winds. Corn, or maize, as it was properly known, became the reluctant savior of colonial grain needs. Native American tribes had cultivated this hardy crop for centuries, understanding its rhythms and requirements in ways that European settlers initially dismissed as primitive. Yet, survival demanded adaptation, and colonists gradually learned to work with this unfamiliar grain that could thrive where wheat failed miserably. The process of transforming corn into edible bread presented its own unique challenges. Unlike wheat flour, cornmeal produced dense, heavy loaves that bore little resemblance to the light, airy bread colonists remembered from European tables. Colonial housewives developed techniques for mixing cornmeal with whatever wheat flour they could procure, creating hybrid loaves that satisfied neither European expectations nor practical nutritional needs. Grinding grain into usable flour required enormous effort and time. Most colonial settlements relied on primitive hand mills, stone querns that demanded hours of laborious turning to produce enough flour for daily bread. The fortunate communities that possessed water-powered grist mills often found themselves traveling considerable distances, carrying heavy sacks of grain along treacherous paths through wilderness terrain. The quality of colonial flour varied dramatically depending on grinding methods and storage conditions. Hand-ground meal often contained fragments of stone, creating a gritty texture that wore down teeth and made eating an uncomfortable experience. Flour stored in damp conditions quickly developed mold, while grain kept too long attracted weevils and other insects that contaminated entire supplies. Rye emerged as another crucial grain crop, particularly in areas where wheat cultivation proved impossible. Rye bread, dense and dark, with a distinctively sour flavor, became a staple throughout many colonial regions. However, rye carried its own dangers, particularly the risk of ergot poisoning from fungal contamination that could cause hallucinations, convulsions, and even death in severe cases. The colonial bread-making process itself demanded extraordinary skill and patience. Without reliable ovens, many families relied on Dutch ovens or crude clay structures that provided uneven heating and unpredictable results. Maintaining proper temperatures required constant attention, feeding fires with carefully selected wood that wouldn't impart undesirable flavors to the precious bread. Yeast cultivation presented another significant challenge in colonial bread production. Wild yeast starters required careful maintenance, and losing a starter meant weeks of developing a new culture from scratch. Many colonial housewives guarded their yeast starters like precious heirlooms, sharing portions with neighbors, and carefully nurturing these living cultures through seasonal changes and temperature fluctuations. Salt, essential for proper bread development, remained scarce and expensive throughout much of colonial America. Bread made without adequate salt not only tasted flat and unappetizing, but also spoiled more quickly in humid conditions. Colonial bakers learned to stretch their salt supplies by using it strategically, often producing loaves with inconsistent flavor and texture. Seasonal variations dramatically affected grain availability and quality. Spring often brought the dreaded hunger gap, when stored grain supplies dwindled before new crops matured. Families rationed their remaining flour carefully, mixing it with whatever substitutes they could find, including ground acorns, chestnuts, or even tree bark in desperate circumstances. The social hierarchy of colonial society manifested clearly in bread quality and availability. Wealthy families enjoyed fine white bread made from imported wheat flour, while common settlers subsisted on coarse cornbread or mixed grain loaves that reflected their economic limitations. This bread-based class distinction reinforced social boundaries and reminded everyone of their place in colonial society. Storage of grain and flour posed constant problems in colonial households. Rodents, insects, and moisture threatened precious supplies that represented months of hard labor. Colonial families developed elaborate storage systems using wooden barrels, clay pots, and underground cellars. Yet losses to spoilage and pests remained frustratingly common throughout the colonial period. Regional variations in grain cultivation created distinct colonial bread traditions. Southern colonies with longer growing seasons could sometimes manage wheat cultivation, while northern settlements relied heavily on corn and rye. These geographic differences shaped local food cultures and established patterns that would influence American cuisine for generations to come. The labor-intensive nature of colonial grain production meant that bread making consumed enormous amounts of time and energy. From planting and harvesting to grinding and baking, the journey from seed to finished loaf required countless hours of backbreaking work. Modern convenience has obscured the tremendous effort our ancestors invested in securing their daily bread. Trade relationships with Native American tribes often provided crucial knowledge about grain cultivation and preparation techniques. Indigenous peoples shared their understanding of corn varieties, growing methods, and processing techniques that proved essential for colonial survival. Yet these exchanges remained complicated by cultural misunderstandings and territorial conflicts that sometimes disrupted vital food knowledge transfer. The unpredictable nature of colonial grain supplies meant that bread recipes required constant adaptation and flexibility. Colonial cooks learned to substitute ingredients based on availability, creating endless variations of basic bread recipes. This adaptability became a defining characteristic of early American cooking, born from necessity rather than culinary creativity. As we drift deeper into understanding colonial food challenges, the complexity of simply securing daily bread reveals the extraordinary resilience required for survival in early America. These grain-based struggles shaped not only colonial diets, but also the character and determination of the people who would eventually build a new nation from these humble, difficult beginnings. The colonial approach to meat and protein tells a story of constant adaptation, where settlers had to abandon familiar European practices and embrace whatever the harsh new world could provide. This wasn't simply a matter of preference, but of survival in an environment that demanded entirely new strategies for obtaining and preserving the proteins that kept families alive through brutal winters and unpredictable seasons. In England, colonists had been accustomed to beef, mutton, and pork from animals raised on established farms with centuries of breeding knowledge. The New World offered no such luxury. Cattle were expensive to import and difficult to maintain without proper pastures, fencing, or winter feed. A single cow represented a massive investment that most families simply couldn't afford, and losing one to disease, predators, or harsh weather could spell disaster for an entire household's protein supply. Instead, colonists turned to what the wilderness provided. Wild game became the primary protein source for most families, but hunting required skills that many European settlers had never developed. Deer, when available, provided excellent meat, but they were wary, seasonal, and required significant time and expertise to track successfully. A missed shot could mean the difference between a family eating well for weeks or scraping by on whatever meager alternatives they could find. Wild turkeys, despite their later association with abundance, were actually quite different from modern domesticated birds. Colonial wild turkeys were leaner, tougher, and far more challenging to catch. They could fly considerable distances, unlike their modern counterparts, and their meat required careful preparation to avoid becoming an unpalatable, chewy mess that was difficult to digest and provided little satisfaction after hours of cooking. Small game became essential for daily survival. Rabbits, squirrels, and various birds filled cooking pots when larger game proved elusive. However, these animals provided relatively little meat per catch, meaning colonists needed to trap or hunt constantly just to maintain basic protein levels. The effort required often exceeded the nutritional return, creating an exhausting cycle of hunting, trapping, and preparing that consumed enormous amounts of time and energy. Fish represented another crucial protein source, but colonial fishing methods were primitive and unreliable. Without proper nets, hooks, or preservation techniques, families living near water sources could supplement their diet with various freshwater fish, but these were often small, bony, and provided limited nutritional value. Coastal communities had better access to larger fish, but inland settlers frequently went weeks without any fish protein whatsoever. When colonists did manage to raise livestock, the animals themselves were vastly different from what we might expect. Colonial pigs were semi-feral creatures that foraged in forests, eating acorns, roots, and whatever else they could find. This diet produced meat that was often tough, gamey, and required extensive cooking to become palatable. These pigs were smaller, leaner, and far more aggressive than modern farm pigs, making them dangerous to handle and difficult to manage. Colonial chickens were similarly challenging. These birds were smaller than modern chickens, laid fewer eggs, and were constantly threatened by predators ranging from foxes to hawks. Keeping chickens alive required constant vigilance, proper shelter, and careful management of their limited feed supply. Many families lost entire flocks to single predator attacks, wiping out months of careful tending and investment in a single night. The preservation of meat presented enormous challenges that modern people can barely comprehend. Without refrigeration, any meat had to be consumed immediately or preserved through smoking, salting, or drying. Smoking required constant attention and proper wood selection, while salting demanded expensive salt that was often difficult to obtain. Improperly preserved meat could spoil within days, creating dangerous toxins that could sicken or kill entire families. Salt pork became a colonial staple, but this preservation method created meat that was almost inedibly salty and required extensive soaking before cooking. Even after proper preparation, salt pork remained tough, chewy, and provided little of the satisfaction we associate with modern pork products. Families often had to choose between meat that was dangerously underpreserved or so heavily salted that it was barely edible. Dried meat or jerky offered another preservation option, but colonial drying techniques were inconsistent and weather dependent. Humid conditions could ruin entire batches of drying meat, while improper drying could leave dangerous bacteria that caused serious illness. The resulting dried meat was often so tough that it required extensive boiling or soaking before it could be chewed, and even then provided little flavor or satisfaction. Eggs, when available, provided crucial protein, but colonial hens were unreliable layers. Cold weather, poor nutrition, and stress from predators meant that egg production was sporadic at best. Many families went weeks without eggs, and when hens did lay, the eggs were often smaller and less nutritious than modern varieties. Preserving eggs for winter use required techniques like packing them in ash or salt, which often left them with strange textures and flavors. Dairy products were luxury items that most colonial families rarely enjoyed. Cows were expensive and difficult to maintain, and those families fortunate enough to own them often had to choose between milk for immediate consumption or cheese for long-term storage. Colonial cheesemaking was a complex process that frequently failed, leaving families with spoiled milk and no protein to show for their efforts. The seasonal nature of protein availability created feast or famine cycles that dominated colonial life. Successful hunting seasons might provide abundant meat for several weeks, followed by months of scraping by on whatever small game or preserved proteins remained. These cycles meant that colonists were constantly either overeating when protein was available or gradually weakening when it wasn't, creating an exhausting pattern that affected every aspect of daily life. Wild nuts and seeds provided some protein, but gathering them required extensive knowledge of seasonal timing and proper preparation techniques. Many potentially protein-rich plants were toxic if improperly prepared, and the processing required to make them edible was often more labor-intensive than the nutritional value justified. Families spent countless hours gathering and processing these alternative protein sources, often with disappointing results. The social implications of protein scarcity affected colonial communities in profound ways. Successful hunters gained significant social status, while families unable to secure adequate protein often became dependent on community charity or faced slow starvation. This created social hierarchies based on hunting skill and resource access that influenced everything from marriage prospects to political power within colonial settlements. As we drift deeper into the colonial protein struggles, imagine the constant worry that accompanied every meal, the careful rationing of precious meat, and the endless cycle of hunting, trapping, and preserving that consumed so much of daily life. These protein challenges shaped not just colonial diets, but the very character of early American communities, where survival depended on skills and knowledge that most modern people have never needed to develop. When it came to beverages in colonial America, water was often the last choice rather than the first. This wasn't due to preference, but necessity. Clean, safe drinking water was a luxury that many colonists simply couldn't guarantee, leading to a fascinating array of alternative beverages that would seem unusual by today's standards. The primary concern with water was contamination. Wells could easily become polluted by nearby privies, animal waste, or decaying organic matter. Rivers and streams, while appearing fresh, often carried diseases from upstream settlements or natural contamination. Without understanding the science of bacteria and waterborne illness, colonists learned through bitter experience that water could be deadly. This led to what historians call the small beer revolution in colonial households. Small beer, also known as table beer, contained just enough alcohol to kill harmful bacteria, while remaining mild enough for daily consumption. With an alcohol content of only 2 to 4%, it was considered safer than water and was consumed by everyone, including children, from morning until night. The brewing process for small beer was relatively simple, making it accessible to most colonial families. Housewives would begin by creating a mash from barley, wheat, or corn, depending on what was available. This mash would be boiled with water, then cooled and mixed with yeast. The fermentation process, lasting just a few days, produced enough alcohol to preserve the liquid while maintaining a pleasant, slightly sweet taste. What's remarkable is how integrated small beer became into daily colonial life. Workers would carry leather bottles of small beer to the fields. Children would drink it with their morning porridge. Even formal dinners would feature small beer alongside stronger alcoholic beverages. It was, quite literally, the water of colonial America. For those who could afford it, imported beverages offered a taste of luxury and connection to European culture. Tea, arriving primarily through British trade networks, became increasingly popular among the wealthy colonial elite. However, the Boston Tea Party of 1773 dramatically shifted American drinking habits as patriots began boycotting tea in favor of coffee and locally produced alternatives. Coffee, initially more expensive than tea, gradually gained popularity as a patriotic alternative. Colonial coffee houses became centers of political discussion and social gathering, much like their European counterparts. However, the coffee consumed in colonial America was often quite different from modern expectations. It was frequently mixed with chicory, roasted grains, or even ground nuts to stretch the expensive imported beans. Chocolate, when available, was consumed as a hot beverage rather than eaten as candy. Spanish explorers had brought chocolate from the Americas to Europe, and it eventually made its way back to the North American colonies. Colonial hot chocolate was often spiced with cinnamon, vanilla, or chili peppers, reflecting its origins in Aztec and Mayan traditions. Milk presented its own set of challenges in colonial America. Without refrigeration, fresh milk spoiled rapidly, especially during warm weather. Most families who owned cows would consume milk immediately after milking, or quickly transform it into more stable products like butter, cheese, or buttermilk. The idea of storing fresh milk for later consumption was largely impractical. Buttermilk, the liquid remaining after churning butter, became a popular beverage precisely because of its extended shelf life. The acidic nature of buttermilk made it less prone to dangerous spoilage, and its tangy flavor was actually preferred by many colonists. It was often consumed with cornbread or used as an ingredient in cooking and baking. Cider represented perhaps the most successful colonial beverage adaptation. Apple trees, brought by European settlers, thrived in the North American climate. By the late 1600s, apple orchards were common throughout the colonies, and cider production became a major industry. Hard cider, with its natural alcohol content from fermentation, provided both nutrition and preservation. The process of making cider was remarkably efficient. Apples would be crushed in wooden or stone mills, then pressed to extract the juice. This fresh apple juice, or sweet cider, could be consumed immediately or allowed to ferment naturally into hard cider. The alcohol content of hard cider typically ranged from 5 to 8%, making it stronger than small beer, but still suitable for daily consumption. What made cider particularly valuable was its versatility and storability. Fresh cider could be consumed in autumn, hard cider throughout the winter and spring, and apple brandy could be distilled for special occasions or trade. Some families would bury jugs of cider in root cellars, where the cool, consistent temperature would allow controlled fermentation over months. Regional variations in cider reflected local apple varieties and cultural preferences. New England cider tended to be drier and more potent, while southern colonies often produced sweeter varieties. Some colonists would add spices like cinnamon or nutmeg to their cider, creating warming beverages perfect for cold winter evenings. Rum became the spirit of choice in colonial America, largely due to trade relationships with Caribbean sugar plantations. Molasses, a byproduct of sugar production, could be imported relatively cheaply and distilled into rum in colonial distilleries. This created a triangular trade system where rum, slaves, and molasses moved between Africa, the Caribbean, and North America. Colonial rum was often harsh and unrefined compared to modern standards. It was frequently mixed with water, sugar, and spices to create more palatable drinks. Punch bowls became common at social gatherings, where rum would be combined with citrus juices, sugar, and spices to create communal beverages that could serve large groups. Whiskey production began in the colonies, but didn't reach full prominence until after the Revolutionary War. Early colonial whiskey was often made from whatever grains were available: corn, rye, wheat, or barley. The distillation process was crude, resulting in a product that was more about alcohol content than flavor refinement. Medicinal beverages occupied a special category in colonial drinking culture. Herbal teas made from local plants like sassafras, wintergreen, or chamomile were consumed for their supposed health benefits. These beverages bridged the gap between medicine and nutrition, often serving both purposes simultaneously. The social aspects of colonial drinking cannot be overlooked. Taverns served as community centers where news was shared, business conducted, and social bonds formed. The beverages served in these establishments, from small beer to imported wine, reflected both economic status and cultural identity. Seasonal availability dramatically influenced colonial beverage consumption. Spring brought fresh maple sap that could be consumed directly or boiled into syrup and mixed with water. Summer offered fresh fruit juices that had to be consumed quickly. Autumn meant cider season, while winter required stored beverages that could survive freezing temperatures. The preservation of beverages required considerable skill and planning. Colonial families had to balance immediate consumption with long-term storage, ensuring they had safe drinks available throughout the year. This meant understanding fermentation, distillation, and storage techniques that have largely been forgotten in our modern world of refrigeration and commercial beverage production. The fruit and vegetable situation in colonial America was perhaps even more dire than their meat preservation struggles. While we might imagine colonists enjoying fresh apples and hearty vegetables, the reality was far more limited and often disappointing. Most of the fruits and vegetables that colonists knew from Europe simply wouldn't grow in American soil and climate. The seeds they brought across the Atlantic often failed to thrive in the unfamiliar conditions. Apple trees, which would eventually become synonymous with American agriculture, took years to establish and produce fruit. The first generation of colonists rarely enjoyed the fruits of their literal labor. What they could grow was often small, tough, and barely recognizable compared to modern produce. Colonial carrots were thin, woody, and often purple or white, rather than the orange we know today. Onions were tiny and incredibly pungent. Cabbage grew well, but was frequently riddled with worms and insects that colonists simply accepted as part of their meal. The preservation of fruits and vegetables presented enormous challenges. Without refrigeration, most fresh produce had to be consumed immediately or risk spoiling within days. Colonists developed various preservation methods, but each came with significant drawbacks that affected both taste and nutrition. Drying was the most common preservation method for fruits. Apples were sliced thin and hung on strings in attics or near fireplaces. The process took weeks and often resulted in leather-tough pieces that bore little resemblance to fresh fruit. These dried apple rings were frequently infested with insects during the drying process, adding unwanted protein to an already unappetizing product. Vegetables were often pickled in brine solutions that were so salty they could preserve almost anything indefinitely. Sauerkraut became a staple not because colonists particularly enjoyed it, but because fermented cabbage was one of the few ways to have vegetables during the long winter months. The fermentation process often went wrong, resulting in slimy, foul-smelling masses that families ate anyway rather than waste precious food. Root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, and potatoes were stored in root cellars dug into the ground. These underground storage areas were meant to keep vegetables cool and prevent freezing, but they were also damp, dark places where rot spread quickly. Colonists would regularly sort through their stored vegetables, removing the most rotten parts and eating what remained, even if it was partially spoiled. The potato, which would later become a dietary staple, was initially viewed with deep suspicion by many colonists. European prejudices against the potato followed settlers to America, where many believed potatoes were poisonous or would cause various diseases. Those brave enough to grow potatoes often prepared them incorrectly, sometimes eating the green parts that actually were toxic, reinforcing fears about this useful crop. Wild fruits offered some relief from the monotony of preserved foods, but foraging came with its own risks. Colonists had to learn which American berries and fruits were safe to eat, sometimes through dangerous trial and error. Wild grapes were abundant in many areas, but they were often small, incredibly sour, and full of seeds. Berries like elderberries and wild cherries were gathered enthusiastically, but they were available for only brief periods and spoiled quickly. The lack of sugar made fruit preservation particularly challenging. Honey was scarce and expensive, so most preserved fruits were either dried without sweetening or preserved in alcohol when available. This resulted in intensely tart preserved fruits that were more medicine than treat. Colonists often mixed these preserved fruits with whatever sweetener they could find, including maple syrup when available, creating unusual flavor combinations born of necessity rather than preference. Vegetables were often cooked into submission to make them more digestible and to kill any potential harmful bacteria. Long, slow cooking was the norm, turning vegetables into mushy, flavorless masses. Colonists would boil vegetables for hours, often in the same pot with meat, creating one-pot meals that were nutritionally adequate but culinarily monotonous. The seasonal nature of fresh produce meant that colonists experienced extreme dietary variations throughout the year. Spring brought relief in the form of wild greens and early vegetables, but these were often bitter and required careful preparation. Summer offered the greatest variety, but the pressure to preserve everything for winter meant that much of the harvest was processed rather than enjoyed fresh. Scurvy caused by vitamin C deficiency was a constant threat during the long winter months when fresh fruits and vegetables were unavailable. Colonists didn't understand the connection between fresh produce and scurvy prevention, so they often suffered from this debilitating condition without knowing that sauerkraut or preserved fruits could help prevent it. Gardens were essential, but unpredictable. Late frosts, droughts, floods, and insect infestations could destroy an entire season's worth of vegetables. Colonists learned to plant multiple small gardens rather than one large one, hoping that at least some would survive the various threats. Even successful gardens produced vegetables that were often tough, small, and required extensive preparation to be palatable. The tools available for food preparation were basic and labor-intensive. Peeling, chopping, and processing vegetables was done entirely by hand with simple knives and basic implements. This meant that food preparation took enormous amounts of time, and shortcuts often resulted in poorly prepared, partially processed foods that were difficult to digest. Trading with Native Americans provided access to some unfamiliar but nutritious foods like corn, beans, and squash. However, colonists often didn't know how to prepare these foods properly, missing out on both flavor and nutrition. Corn was frequently ground into coarse meal that made gritty, unpalatable bread, while while beans were often undercooked and difficult to digest. As we drift deeper into sleep, imagine the colonial housewife sorting through her root cellar, carefully cutting away the rotten portions of turnips and parsnips, knowing that even partially spoiled vegetables were too precious to waste entirely. The constant battle against spoilage, the endless cycle of preservation and preparation, the disappointment of failed crops and ruined stores. The spice cabinet of a colonial American household would seem almost tragically bare by today's standards. Where modern kitchens overflow with cumin, paprika, oregano, and dozens of other seasonings, colonial cooks made do with perhaps 3 or 4 basic spices, if they were fortunate enough to afford them at all. Salt was the most precious seasoning of all, and ironically, one of the most difficult to obtain in many colonial regions. Unlike Europe, where coastal salt works had operated for centuries, America's salt production was virtually non-existent in the early colonial period. Every grain of salt had to be imported from England, the West Indies, or other established salt-producing regions, making it extraordinarily expensive. A pound of salt could cost as much as a day's wages for a common laborer. Families guarded their salt supplies jealously, measuring it out grain by grain for the most essential uses. The phrase, "worth your salt," takes on new meaning when you consider that colonial Americans literally calculated a person's value against this precious white commodity. The lack of affordable salt created a cascade of problems throughout colonial food preparation. Without adequate salt, meat preservation became nearly impossible. Fish couldn't be properly cured. Vegetables couldn't be pickled for winter storage. Even bread suffered, as salt plays a crucial role in controlling yeast activity and developing proper texture. Black pepper, now found in virtually every American kitchen, was another luxury item that most colonists could only dream of owning. Imported from India and Southeast Asia, peppercorns were so valuable that they were sometimes used as currency. A single peppercorn was worth more than its weight in silver in some colonial markets. When colonists did manage to acquire pepper, they used it sparingly, often grinding just a few corns at a time with a mortar and pestle. The pepper was frequently mixed with other substances to stretch its use, creating blends that would be unrecognizable to modern palates. Some families would use a single peppercorn to flavor an entire pot of stew, fishing it out afterward to save for the next meal. Cinnamon and nutmeg were even more exotic and expensive than pepper. These spices came from even more distant lands, traveling through multiple hands before reaching colonial American shores. A stick of cinnamon might cost a week's wages, making it accessible only to the wealthiest merchants and plantation owners. The few colonists who could afford these precious spices often kept them locked away like jewelry, bringing them out only for the most special occasions. A pinch of cinnamon in a holiday pudding or a grating of nutmeg over a wedding cake represented not just flavor, but a display of wealth and status that neighbors would remember for years. Most colonial cooks had to rely on whatever grew wild around their settlements for flavoring. Wild onions, when they could be found, provided one of the few sources of sharp, pungent flavor. These weren't the large, sweet onions we know today, but small, often bitter bulbs that required careful preparation to be palatable. Garlic was virtually unknown in most colonial regions, despite being common in European cooking. The few garlic bulbs that made the journey across the Atlantic rarely survived the voyage, and attempts to grow garlic in American soil often failed due to unfamiliar climate conditions and lack of proper cultivation knowledge. Wild herbs became the backbone of colonial seasoning, but even these were often disappointing compared to their European counterparts. Wild sage was bitter and harsh. Wild thyme was sparse and weak. The familiar herbs that had flavored European cooking for centuries grew differently in American soil, often producing inferior flavors that left colonial cooks frustrated and homesick. Mint was one of the few herbs that thrived in colonial America, growing wild near streams and in moist areas. However, colonial cooks hadn't yet learned to use mint effectively in cooking, primarily viewing it as a medicinal herb rather than a culinary one. They would brew mint tea for stomach ailments, but rarely thought to use it to flavor food. The absence of sugar created another flavoring challenge that modern Americans can barely imagine. Honey was the primary sweetener, but wild honey was dangerous to collect, and domesticated bees were still rare in most colonies. Maple syrup existed, but was known only to Native Americans in certain regions, and the knowledge of maple sugar production hadn't yet spread to most colonial communities. Without sugar, colonial cooks couldn't create the complex flavor profiles that balance sweet against savory, spicy against mild. Their food existed in a narrow band of flavors, mostly ranging from bland to bitter, with occasional notes of smoke from cooking fires and the natural flavors of whatever wild seasonings they could forage. Apple cider vinegar became one of the most important flavor enhancers in colonial cooking, not because it was particularly delicious, but because it was one of the few acidic ingredients readily available. Colonists used vinegar to brighten the flavors of their monotonous stews and to help preserve food that would otherwise spoil quickly. The vinegar wasn't the refined, consistent product we know today. Colonial vinegar was often cloudy, inconsistent in strength, and sometimes contaminated with harmful bacteria. It might be pleasantly tart one day and throat-burningly acidic the next, depending on the fermentation conditions and the quality of the apples used. Bay leaves were occasionally available from wild bay trees in southern colonies, but most colonists didn't understand how to use them properly. They would often add too many leaves, creating bitter, overpowering flavors, or use them fresh instead of dried, resulting in harsh, unpleasant tastes that made their already challenging food even less appealing. The spice trade that connected Europe to Asia completely bypassed colonial America for the first several decades of settlement. Ships carrying precious cargoes of spices sailed directly to European ports, where established merchants and trading companies controlled every aspect of the market. Colonial Americans were at the very end of a very long supply chain, receiving only the most expensive, often lowest quality remnants of the spice trade. This lack of proper seasoning didn't just affect the taste of colonial food, it affected the entire social structure of colonial society. Meals became functional rather than social events. Without flavorful food to gather around, families ate quickly and efficiently, viewing meals as necessary fuel rather than opportunities for connection and enjoyment. The absence of good flavoring literally changed how colonial Americans related to food and to each other around the dinner table. The methods colonial Americans used to cook their food were as primitive as the ingredients themselves were limited. Without modern conveniences like gas stoves, electric ovens, or even reliable thermometers, cooking became an art of improvisation and endurance that required constant attention and considerable skill. The heart of every colonial kitchen was the massive fireplace, often spanning 6 to 8 feet across and deep enough for a grown person to stand inside. These cavernous structures dominated entire walls and served as the sole source of heat for both cooking and warmth. The fireplace wasn't just a cooking appliance. It was the lifeline of the household, burning continuously from dawn until the family retired for the evening. Building and maintaining the cooking fire required expertise that took years to develop. Colonial cooks had to understand the different burning characteristics of various woods. Oak provided steady, long-lasting coals perfect for slow roasting. Pine burned hot and fast, ideal for quick searing, but dangerous if left unattended. Hickory and apple wood added subtle flavors to meats, while birch bark served as excellent kindling for starting fires on damp mornings. The art of fire management meant creating different temperature zones within the same fireplace. Hot coals were raked to one side for high heat cooking, while the opposite side maintained gentler warmth for simmering stews and keeping food warm. Experienced cooks could judge temperature by holding their hand at various heights above the coals, counting how long they could maintain the position before the heat became unbearable. Cooking utensils were heavy, unwieldy, and designed to withstand the brutal conditions of open fire cooking. Cast iron pots, some weighing 30 pounds or more when empty, hung from adjustable chains called pot hooks. These chains allowed cooks to raise or lower pots to control cooking temperature, but adjusting them required considerable strength and careful timing to avoid burns. The Dutch oven represented one of the most versatile cooking tools in the colonial kitchen. These thick-walled cast iron pots with tight-fitting lids could be buried in coals for baking bread, suspended over flames for boiling, or placed directly on hot coals for frying. Coals piled on top of the lid created an oven effect, allowing colonists to bake everything from cornbread to meat pies with surprising success. Roasting meat required a completely different set of skills and equipment. Large cuts of beef, pork, or venison were skewered on long iron spits that rotated slowly over the fire. Someone, usually a child or servant, had to turn the spit continuously to ensure even cooking. This process could take hours for large roasts, requiring constant vigilance to prevent burning on one side while leaving the other raw. The spit-turning duty was so tedious that wealthy families sometimes employed specially trained dogs to run on treadmill-like devices connected to the spit mechanism. These turnspit dogs were bred specifically for this purpose, with short legs and long bodies that made them ideal for the confined spaces of the treadmill wheels. Baking presented unique challenges in a world without ovens. Colonial cooks developed ingenious methods to create enclosed baking environments. Bread was often baked in covered pots buried in coals, or in outdoor clay ovens built into hillsides. These ovens were heated by building fires inside them, then removing the coals and ash before inserting the bread dough on long wooden paddles called peels. The beehive-shaped outdoor ovens retained heat for hours after the fire was removed, allowing families to bake multiple batches of bread, pies, and other baked goods in sequence. The hottest period was reserved for bread, followed by pies and pastries as the temperature gradually decreased, and finally beans or other slow-cooking dishes that could simmer overnight in the residual heat. Boiling was perhaps the most common cooking method, partly because it was the safest way to ensure food was thoroughly cooked, and partly because it helped stretch limited ingredients. Large iron kettles bubbled constantly over colonial fires, filled with whatever combination of meat, vegetables, and grains the family could gather. These one-pot meals, often called pottage, formed the backbone of colonial nutrition. The constant boiling also served practical purposes beyond cooking. It helped preserve food by killing harmful bacteria, though colonists didn't understand the science behind this benefit. The hot water was also useful for cleaning dishes, washing clothes, and maintaining basic hygiene in an era when hauling and heating water required significant effort. Frying was less common, partly because cooking fats were precious commodities that couldn't be wasted on everyday cooking. When families did fry food, they used rendered animal fat, usually lard from pigs or tallow from cattle. These fats had to be carefully saved and reused multiple times, often developing strong, sometimes rancid flavors that permeated the food cooked in them. smoking, and drying represented crucial preservation methods that doubled as cooking techniques. Smokehouses, small wooden structures with controlled ventilation, allowed families to cure meats and fish over smoldering hardwood fires. The smoking process could take days or weeks, depending on the size of the meat and the desired level of preservation. The smoking process required careful attention to maintain the right temperature and smoke density. Too hot, and the meat would cook too quickly without proper preservation. Too cool, and spoilage could set in before the smoking was complete. Experienced smokers could judge the process by the color of the smoke, the smell of the meat, and the feel of the surface texture. Indoor smoking was sometimes accomplished using the main fireplace, with meat hung high in the chimney, where it would be exposed to constant smoke from the cooking fire below. This method was less controlled than dedicated smokehouses, but served families who couldn't afford separate structures for food preservation. These primitive cooking methods shaped not just how colonial Americans ate, but how they lived their daily lives. Cooking consumed enormous amounts of time and energy, requiring family members to coordinate their activities around meal preparation. The constant fire demanded attention. The heavy equipment required strength to manipulate, and the unpredictable results meant that every meal was an achievement worth celebrating. The relationship between food and disease in colonial America was a deadly dance that claimed countless lives. Without understanding of bacteria, viruses, or proper sanitation, colonists unknowingly created perfect breeding grounds for illness with every meal they prepared. Milk was perhaps the most dangerous beverage a colonist could consume. Fresh milk spoiled within hours in warm weather, developing harmful bacteria that caused severe digestive distress. Many families learned to avoid fresh milk entirely during summer months, relying instead on fermented dairy products that were slightly safer due to their acidic nature. The process of making butter and cheese offered some protection, but colonial dairy practices remained hazardous. Cream was often left sitting in warm kitchens for days, developing thick layers of mold that housewives would simply scrape away before churning. The wooden churns themselves harbored bacteria in their porous surfaces, contaminating each new batch of dairy products. Meat preservation created its own catalog of health hazards. Salt pork, the staple protein of colonial diets, frequently contained parasites that survived the curing process. Trichinosis from undercooked pork was common, causing severe muscle pain and fever that could last for months. Many colonists attributed these symptoms to other causes, never connecting their suffering to the meat they consumed daily. The smoking process, while helpful for preservation, introduced additional risks. Poorly maintained smokehouses allowed flies and other insects to contaminate meat during the lengthy curing process. The wood smoke itself, often from green or treated lumber, could introduce toxic compounds into the food supply. Fish and seafood presented unique challenges in coastal communities. Without refrigeration, fish began decomposing within hours of being caught. Colonial fishermen developed techniques for quick salting, but the process was imperfect. Partially spoiled fish was often disguised with strong spices and served anyway, leading to widespread food poisoning in fishing communities. Shellfish were particularly dangerous during warm months. Colonists had no understanding of red tide or other toxic algae blooms that made oysters and clams deadly. Entire families would fall ill after consuming contaminated shellfish, experiencing violent symptoms that colonial medicine was powerless to treat effectively. Grain storage created perfect conditions for dangerous mold growth. Wheat, corn, and other grains stored in damp conditions developed ergot fungus, which produced powerful toxins. Ergot poisoning caused hallucinations, convulsions, and gangrene. Some historians believe that ergot-contaminated grain may have contributed to the hysteria surrounding the Salem witch trials. The grinding process introduced additional contamination. Millstones used to process grain often contained lead, which leached into flour and meal. Chronic lead poisoning was common among colonial families, causing cognitive problems, digestive issues, and developmental delays in children that went unrecognized for generations. Water contamination was perhaps the most pervasive health threat. Wells were often dug too close to outhouses or animal pens, allowing sewage to seep into drinking water. Rivers and streams served as both water sources and waste disposal systems, creating a continuous cycle of contamination that spread disease throughout entire communities. Colonial cities faced even greater water challenges. Boston, New York, and Philadelphia struggled with contaminated water supplies that spread cholera, typhoid, and dysentery. The wealthy could afford to have water delivered from distant springs, but most colonists had no choice but to drink whatever was available locally. Food preparation methods amplified these dangers. Wooden cutting boards and utensils absorbed bacteria and were impossible to sanitize properly. The same knife used to butcher animals would be used to prepare vegetables, spreading contamination across different food types. Cast iron cookware, while durable, often developed rust that harbored dangerous bacteria. Cooking fires presented their own health hazards. Open hearths filled homes with smoke that contained harmful particles and gases. The soot that accumulated on cooking surfaces contained toxic compounds that contaminated food. Many colonial families suffered from respiratory problems directly related to their cooking methods. Food storage containers made from lead-glazed pottery slowly poisoned families over time. The acidic foods commonly stored in these vessels such as pickled vegetables and preserved fruits, bleached lead from the glazes. This chronic exposure caused a range of health problems that colonists attributed to other causes. Seasonal eating patterns meant that nutritional deficiencies were common, weakening immune systems and making colonists more susceptible to foodborne illnesses. The period between winter stores running low and spring crops becoming available was known as the hunger gap, when malnutrition reached its peak. Scurvy was widespread, particularly during long winters when fresh fruits and vegetables were unavailable. The disease caused teeth to fall out, wounds to reopen, and eventually led to death. Naval expeditions and isolated settlements were especially vulnerable, with entire crews or communities succumbing to scurvy-related complications. Colonial medicine offered little help for food-related illnesses. Doctors prescribed bloodletting for digestive problems, often weakening patients further. Herbal remedies sometimes helped, but many traditional treatments were based on superstition rather than medical understanding. The concept of germs wouldn't be understood for another 2 centuries. Pregnant women and children faced the greatest risks from contaminated food. High infant mortality rates were directly linked to foodborne pathogens passed through breast milk or early feeding practices. Many colonial families lost multiple children to diseases that could have been prevented with proper food safety knowledge. The wealthy had some advantages in food safety, but even they weren't immune to contamination. Their imported delicacies often arrived spoiled after long ocean voyages. Exotic spices and preserved fruits from distant lands carried their own pathogens that colonial immune systems had never encountered. Religious beliefs sometimes conflicted with food safety practices. Some communities believed that illness was divine punishment rather than the result of contaminated food. This fatalistic attitude prevented the adoption of better food handling practices that might have reduced disease transmission. Despite these overwhelming challenges, some colonial families developed effective food safety practices through trial and error. They learned to recognize the signs of spoilage, developed better preservation techniques, and passed this knowledge down through generations. These hard-won lessons would eventually contribute to the development of modern food safety standards. The relationship between food and disease in colonial America reveals just how precarious daily survival could be. Every meal was a gamble with potentially fatal consequences, and families lived in constant fear of the invisible threats lurking in their food supply. The rigid social hierarchy of colonial America created stark divisions in food access and dining customs that would seem almost feudal to modern observers. Your position in society determined not just what you ate, but how you ate it, when you ate it, and with whom you shared your meals. At the pinnacle of colonial society sat the wealthy planters, merchants, and royal officials who could afford to import luxuries from Europe and the Caribbean. Their tables groaned under the weight of elaborate multi-course meals that served as displays of power and refinement. A typical dinner for Virginia's plantation elite might include turtle soup, roasted venison, imported wines from Madeira, crystallized fruits from the West Indies, and delicate pastries made with refined white sugar. These wealthy colonists employed teams of enslaved cooks who had often learned European culinary techniques, creating a fusion of African, European, and indigenous cooking methods that produced surprisingly sophisticated cuisine. The plantation kitchens operated like small restaurants, with specialized cooks for different types of dishes, pastry chefs, and even ice cream makers who used imported ice packed in sawdust. The dining rituals of the wealthy were elaborate affairs that could stretch for hours. Meals were served in multiple courses, with each course featuring several different dishes arranged symmetrically on the table. Guests were expected to sample from the dishes nearest to them, creating a complex social dance around the dinner table. The wealthy owned sets of matching china imported from England, crystal glasses, and silver serving pieces that cost more than most colonists earned in a year. But step down just one rung on the social ladder, and the food landscape changed dramatically. The emerging middle class of colonial America, skilled craftsmen, small merchants, and prosperous farmers, ate well by historical standards, but lived in a completely different culinary world from the elite. Their meals centered around locally produced ingredients, with meat appearing on the table perhaps once or twice a week, rather than at every meal. A typical middle-class family might own a few pieces of pewter dinnerware and some basic iron cooking pots, but they cooked and served their food in a much simpler manner. Their diet relied heavily on preserved foods, salt pork, dried beans, pickled vegetables, and hard cheeses that could last through the winter months. Fresh meat was often a luxury reserved for special occasions, or when a neighbor slaughtered an animal and shared the bounty before it spoiled. The middle class also had to be much more resourceful with their cooking. They couldn't afford to waste any part of an animal, so they became experts at making sausages, head cheese, and blood puddings from scraps that the wealthy would discard. Their cooking methods were simpler, but often more flavorful, relying on herbs they grew themselves and techniques passed down through generations of practical necessity. For the working poor, indentured servants, laborers, and struggling farmers' food was primarily about survival rather than pleasure. Their diet consisted mainly of corn-based dishes, small amounts of salt pork or bacon for flavoring, and whatever vegetables they could grow in small garden plots. A typical meal might be corn mush with a small piece of salt pork, accompanied by weak beer or water. These families often lived on the edge of malnutrition, especially during the difficult winter months, when stored food ran low and fresh ingredients were impossible to obtain. Children from poor families were noticeably smaller and weaker than their wealthy counterparts. A visible reminder of how social class literally shaped bodies through access to nutrition. The cooking equipment available to the poor was minimal, perhaps a single iron pot, a few wooden spoons, and basic pottery bowls. They cooked over open fires in small, poorly ventilated cabins, making meal preparation a smoky, uncomfortable process. Many poor families shared cooking facilities with neighbors or relied on communal ovens in their communities. At the bottom of colonial society, enslaved people faced the harshest food restrictions of all. Plantation owners typically provided enslaved workers with basic rations: corn, salt pork, and molasses that were calculated to provide just enough calories to maintain working capacity. These rations were often supplemented by vegetables grown in small personal gardens and occasional hunting or fishing when time and opportunity allowed. Despite these severe limitations, enslaved cooks developed remarkable culinary skills and creativity. They learned to transform simple ingredients into flavorful dishes using African cooking techniques and indigenous ingredients. Many of the foods we now consider distinctly American, including various preparations of corn, sweet potatoes, and greens, were developed by enslaved cooks working with limited resources. The irony of colonial food hierarchy was that enslaved cooks often prepared elaborate meals for wealthy families while surviving on scraps and simple rations themselves. These skilled cooks possessed knowledge of complex European cooking techniques, but were forbidden from enjoying the fruits of their own labor. Some enslaved cooks became renowned for their skills and were rented out to other wealthy families for special occasions. Social class also determined access to spices and seasonings. The wealthy could afford imported spices like cinnamon, nutmeg, and black pepper, while the poor relied on locally grown herbs and whatever wild seasonings they could forage. Salt, which we take for granted today, was expensive enough that it marked a clear dividing line between social classes. The timing of meals also reflected social status. Wealthy families ate their main meal in the early afternoon, following European customs, and often enjoyed light suppers in the evening. Working families ate when their labor allowed, often consuming their largest meal at the end of the workday when they had finished their tasks. These food-based social divisions created lasting cultural patterns that extended far beyond mere nutrition. Food became a language of social status, with certain dishes and dining customs serving as markers of class membership. The wealthy used elaborate dinner parties to reinforce social networks and display their refinement, while the poor developed their own food traditions based on community sharing and practical necessity. Understanding these social divisions in colonial food culture reveals how deeply inequality was embedded in every aspect of daily life, creating parallel worlds of abundance and scarcity that existed side by side in early American society. The rhythm of colonial life followed the seasons with an intensity that modern Americans can barely comprehend. While we casually visit supermarkets year-round, expecting strawberries in December and fresh lettuce in February, colonial families lived in constant awareness of nature's calendar. Their survival depended entirely on understanding when food would be abundant and when it would become desperately scarce. Spring arrived not as a time of renewal, but as the cruelest season of all. The previous year's harvest had been carefully rationed through the long winter months, with families calculating every grain of corn, every preserved apple, every strip of dried meat. By March and April, these stores were running dangerously low, yet the new growing season had barely begun. This period became known as the Hungry Gap, and it claimed lives every single year. Sarah Mitchell, a farmer's wife in Massachusetts, wrote in her diary about the spring of 1742. Her family had been surviving on thin gruel made from the last of their cornmeal, mixed with whatever edible plants they could forage from the still frozen ground. Her youngest child, barely 2 years old, had grown thin and listless. The family cow, also weakened by winter, was producing less milk each day. Sarah described boiling tree bark to make a bitter tea that might fill their stomachs, even if it provided little nourishment. The irony of spring was that food surrounded colonial families, yet remained tantalizingly out of reach. Wild greens like dandelions and ramps pushed through the soil, but they were sparse and provided minimal calories. Fish began to run in the rivers, but ice still made fishing treacherous. Birds returned from their southern migrations, but they were wary and difficult to catch after the long winter of hunting pressure. Colonial families developed elaborate strategies for surviving these hungry months. They learned to identify dozens of wild plants that could supplement their dwindling stores. Skunk cabbage, despite its unappetizing name and smell, could be prepared to provide essential nutrients. The inner bark of certain trees, particularly birch and basswood, could be dried and ground into a flour substitute. Acorns, if properly processed to remove their bitter tannins, could be turned into a protein-rich meal. But foraging required knowledge that took years to develop, and mistakes could be fatal. Colonial children learned from an early age to distinguish between plants that could save their lives and those that could kill them. A misidentified mushroom or berry could poison an entire family. Even experienced foragers sometimes made deadly errors when desperation clouded their judgment during the hungry months. Summer brought its own challenges, despite the apparent abundance. While gardens finally began producing fresh vegetables, and wild berries ripened in the forests, colonial families couldn't simply feast on the available food. Every moment of summer abundance had to be balanced against the knowledge that winter was coming again. Women spent their days in the exhausting work of preservation, canning, drying, and storing every possible calorie for the lean months ahead. The preservation work was backbreaking and never-ending. Vegetables had to be harvested at precisely the right moment, then immediately processed before they spoiled. Beans were picked, dried, and stored in sealed containers. Corn was husked, dried on the cob, then laboriously removed kernel by kernel. Fruits were sliced thin and laid out on wooden frames to dry in the sun, constantly watched to prevent mold or insect damage. Even during the harvest season, families ate carefully. It was tempting to gorge on fresh corn and ripe tomatoes, but colonial housewives knew that every ear of corn consumed fresh was one less ear available for winter storage. Children were taught to appreciate the few fresh treats they received, knowing that the majority of the harvest had to be preserved for survival. Autumn brought both relief and anxiety. The main harvest provided the bulk of calories that would sustain families through winter, but it also marked the beginning of a race against time. Root vegetables had to be carefully stored in cellars or root houses where they might keep for months if conditions remained just right. Too much moisture and they would rot. Too little and they would shrivel and become inedible. The slaughter season began in late fall, when livestock that couldn't be fed through winter were butchered and preserved. This was perhaps the most critical time of the entire year. Every piece of meat had to be properly salted, smoked, or dried. A single mistake in the preservation process could mean the loss of months' worth of protein. Families worked together in marathon sessions, processing entire animals in a matter of days. Winter settled over colonial communities like a siege. By December, families were entirely dependent on their stored food supplies. There would be no fresh vegetables until spring, no fruit except what had been carefully preserved, no fresh meat except for the occasional successful hunt. Every meal became an exercise in rationing, with mothers calculating how much food remained and how long it needed to last. The psychological toll of seasonal hunger was as devastating as the physical effects. Colonial families lived in constant awareness of their vulnerability. A failed harvest, an early frost, a harsh winter, or simple miscalculation in preservation could mean starvation. Parents watched their children grow thin during the hungry gap, knowing that they had done everything possible to prepare, yet still might not have enough food to keep their families alive until the next harvest. Some families developed complex systems for managing their food stores. They would mark containers with the months when specific foods should be consumed, trying to spread their supplies evenly across the lean seasons. Others preferred to eat well early in the winter, gambling that they could survive on less food as spring approached. Both strategies carried enormous risks. The seasonal cycle of feast and famine shaped every aspect of colonial society. Community relationships often revolved around sharing food during emergencies. Neighbors who had experienced good harvests were expected to help families facing starvation, knowing that their own fortunes could easily reverse the following year. These networks of mutual aid were essential for survival, but they also created complex social obligations and tensions. Religious observances often centered around the seasonal food cycle. Thanksgiving celebrations weren't just expressions of gratitude, but acknowledgments of successful survival through another hungry gap. Harvest festivals marked not just abundance, but the completion of another year's desperate preparation for winter. Prayer and food were inextricably linked in colonial consciousness. As we drift toward sleep, consider the profound difference between their world and ours. We complain about seasonal produce prices or the limited selection at our local grocery store. Colonial families measured their lives in harvests, knowing that each season brought both opportunity and mortal danger. Their relationship with food was shaped by scarcity, uncertainty, and the constant awareness that survival depended on reading nature's signs correctly and preparing for the inevitable hungry months that would test their endurance once again. While European colonists struggled with their own culinary traditions, they weren't entirely isolated from better food knowledge. Indigenous peoples had been thriving on this continent for thousands of years, developing sophisticated agricultural techniques and food preparation methods that far surpassed anything the colonists brought with them. The irony is almost painful to consider. Here were Europeans, starving and struggling with basic nutrition, while surrounded by people who had mastered the art of sustainable, nutritious eating in this exact environment. The Three Sisters agricultural system represents perhaps the most elegant farming solution ever developed in North America. Corn, beans, and squash weren't just planted together by accident. This was sophisticated agricultural science. The corn provided a natural trellis for the beans to climb. The beans fixed nitrogen in the soil, feeding the corn and squash. The squash leaves spread across the ground, retaining moisture and preventing weeds. Together, these three crops provided complete protein and essential nutrients. It was a closed-loop system that actually improved the soil over time, rather than depleting it like European farming methods. Native Americans had also solved the protein problem that plagued colonial diets. They practiced sustainable hunting and fishing techniques that ensured year-round protein sources. Deer, elk, fish, and smaller game were processed using every part of the animal. Nothing was wasted. They developed methods for preserving meat that kept it fresh and nutritious for months. Pemmican, a mixture of dried meat, fat, and berries, provided concentrated nutrition that could sustain people through long journeys or harsh winters. The diversity of indigenous food sources was staggering compared to colonial monotony. Wild rice in the Great Lakes region, salmon runs in the Pacific Northwest, acorns processed into flour in California, maple syrup in the Northeast, cactus fruits in the Southwest. Indigenous peoples had identified and cultivated hundreds of edible plants that Europeans either ignored or feared to try. They knew which berries were safe, which roots were nutritious, which leaves could be eaten raw or needed cooking. Food preparation techniques among Native Americans were equally sophisticated. They had developed multiple methods for cooking corn that maximized its nutritional value. Nixtamalization, the process of treating corn with alkali, made niacin available and prevented pellagra, the disease that would later plague corn-dependent populations who didn't know this technique. They roasted, boiled, ground, and fermented corn in ways that created diverse flavors and textures. Indigenous peoples also understood food safety in ways that escaped many colonists. They knew how to properly smoke and dry foods to prevent spoilage. They understood which combinations of foods provided balanced nutrition. They had developed complex systems for food storage that kept supplies fresh through changing seasons. Underground storage pits lined with bark or stone kept foods cool and dry. Elevated platforms protected supplies from floods and pests. The medicinal use of plants was another area where indigenous knowledge far exceeded European understanding. Native Americans had identified plants that could treat scurvy, digestive problems, infections, and other ailments that regularly killed colonists. Sassafras tea, pine needle tea, willow bark, echinacea, and hundreds of other plant medicines were part of a sophisticated pharmacological system that kept indigenous populations healthier than their European neighbors. Some colonists did learn from their indigenous neighbors, and those who did often survived and thrived. The famous story of Squant teaching the pilgrims to fertilize corn with fish isn't just a feel-good tale. It represents a transfer of crucial agricultural knowledge that literally kept the Plymouth colony from starving. Those colonists who were humble enough to learn indigenous techniques often found their food situation dramatically improved. But cultural prejudice and religious beliefs often prevented this knowledge transfer. Many European colonists viewed indigenous peoples as primitive or savage, despite clear evidence that their food systems were more sophisticated and successful. Christian colonists sometimes believed that adopting indigenous practices was spiritually dangerous. This prejudice literally cost lives. As colonists continued to struggle with nutrition and food security, while surrounded by people who had solved these problems centuries earlier. Seasonal eating patterns of indigenous peoples also demonstrated a more sustainable approach to nutrition. Rather than trying to eat the same foods year-round, they had developed calendars of seasonal foods that provided variety and ensured different nutrients throughout the year. Spring brought fresh greens and early vegetables. Summer offered berries and fresh corn. Fall was harvest time for nuts, late vegetables, and preserved foods. Winter meals drew on stored supplies and continued hunting and fishing. Indigenous food preservation techniques were particularly impressive. They had developed methods for drying, smoking, and storing foods that kept them nutritious for extended periods. Buffalo jerky could last for years when properly prepared. dried corn could be stored for decades. These preservation methods didn't just prevent spoilage, they often concentrated flavors and nutrients, making stored foods more nutritious than fresh foods in some cases. The contrast becomes even more stark when you consider the environmental impact. Indigenous agricultural practices actually improved the land over time. Their controlled burning practices maintained healthy forests and grasslands. Their fishing techniques ensured sustainable fish populations. Their hunting practices maintained balanced wildlife populations. Meanwhile, European colonists were already beginning the environmental degradation that would characterize American agriculture for centuries to come. Regional variations in indigenous cuisine also demonstrated adaptability that European colonists lacked. Arctic peoples had developed ways to thrive on marine mammals and fish. Desert peoples had learned to extract maximum nutrition from arid environments. Forest peoples had created complex systems around tree nuts and woodland game. Each group had adapted their food systems to their specific environment, rather than trying to force inappropriate European crops and techniques onto unsuitable land. The tools and techniques for food processing were equally sophisticated. Stone mortars and pestles for grinding grains and nuts. Specialized baskets for gathering and storing different foods. Clay pots designed for specific cooking methods. Wooden tools carved for particular food preparation tasks. These weren't primitive implements. They were precision tools developed over generations for maximum efficiency. Perhaps most importantly, indigenous food systems were embedded in sustainable social structures. Food sharing, seasonal ceremonies, and collective food gathering ensured that everyone in the community had access to nutrition. There were social mechanisms for dealing with food shortages and systems for maintaining food security across entire populations. These weren't just individual survival strategies. They were community-wide approaches to nutrition and food security. The tragedy is that this knowledge was available to colonists, but cultural barriers prevented most of them from accessing it. Those who did learn from indigenous peoples often became the most successful settlers, establishing farms and communities that thrived rather than merely survived. But pride, prejudice, and cultural assumptions kept most colonists trapped in their inadequate European food systems, struggling with malnutrition and food insecurity in a land of abundance. The colonial American experience wasn't uniform across the vast expanse of the New World. From the rocky shores of Massachusetts to the humid swamplands of Georgia, each region developed its own distinct food culture, shaped by climate, available resources, and the particular struggles of survival in their chosen corner of the wilderness. In New England, the harsh winters and rocky soil created a cuisine of necessity and preservation. The colonists here became masters of salt cod, transforming the abundant Atlantic catch into a protein source that could last through the long, brutal months when fresh food was scarce. They learned to make chowders from whatever they could find, combining salt pork, hardtack biscuits, and whatever vegetables had survived in their root cellars. The famous New England boiled dinner emerged from this culture of making do with what little remained. A single pot would simmer for hours over the fire, containing salt beef or pork, cabbage, turnips, carrots, and potatoes when they were available. The cooking liquid, flavored with rendered fat and vegetable juices, became a thin but nourishing broth that helped stretch meager rations through another day. Maple syrup became the sweetener of choice in New England, not out of preference, but out of necessity. Sugar was expensive and hard to obtain, but the abundant maple trees provided a free source of sweetness for those willing to endure the labor-intensive process of tapping trees and boiling down the sap. The work was backbreaking, requiring constant attention to the boiling kettles and enormous quantities of wood to keep the fires burning. Moving south to the middle colonies, the food landscape shifted dramatically. Pennsylvania's fertile soil and milder climate allowed for more diverse crops. But this abundance came with its own challenges. The German immigrants who settled here brought traditions of sauerkraut and preserved meats, but they had to adapt these techniques to New World ingredients and conditions. The Pennsylvania Dutch, as they came to be known, developed a cuisine that seems hearty and appealing to modern tastes, but the reality was often quite different. Their famous scrapple, made from pork scraps and cornmeal, was born from the necessity of using every part of the pig and stretching meat with cheap grain. What we now consider comfort food was then a survival strategy, a way to make protein last longer and fill empty stomachs with affordable ingredients. The wheat fields of Pennsylvania and surrounding areas produced flour that was the envy of other colonies. But even this advantage came with problems. Wheat was susceptible to various blights and pests, and entire harvests could be lost to disease or weather. When wheat failed, families fell back on corn, which many considered inferior and associated with poverty and desperation. In the Chesapeake region of Maryland and Virginia, tobacco became king. But this cash crop dominance created unexpected food challenges. Farmers devoted so much land and labor to tobacco cultivation that they often neglected food production, leading to periodic shortages and dependence on imported provisions. The irony was stark. Regions that generated enormous wealth from tobacco exports sometimes struggled to feed their own populations adequately. The plantation system of the Chesapeake created a complex food hierarchy. Wealthy planters enjoyed imported delicacies and elaborate meals prepared by enslaved cooks, while the enslaved people themselves subsisted on minimal rations of corn, salt pork, and whatever they could grow in small garden plots. The contrast was jarring and morally troubling, with abundance and deprivation existing side by side on the same properties. Even the wealthy planters, despite their apparent advantages, faced food challenges that would surprise modern observers. Their grand houses often lacked proper food storage, leading to spoilage and waste. The elaborate meals they served at dinner parties required enormous effort and resources, with cooks working for days to prepare dishes that would be consumed in a single evening. The Carolinas developed their own distinct food culture, heavily influenced by the cultivation of rice in the coastal lowlands. Rice became a staple crop, but growing it required back-breaking labor in mosquito-infested swamps. The knowledge of rice cultivation came primarily from enslaved Africans who brought agricultural expertise from their homeland. Yet they rarely benefited from the prosperity this crop generated. Carolina rice dishes were often simple affairs. Rice boiled with whatever protein was available, seasoned with salt, and perhaps a bit of rendered fat. The famous Hoppin' John, made with rice and black-eyed peas, represented the kind of one-pot meal that could feed a family cheaply while providing basic nutrition. These dishes were filling, but monotonous, eaten day after day with little variation. In Georgia, the youngest of the original colonies, food challenges were compounded by the experimental nature of the settlement. The trustees who governed the colony initially banned slavery and rum, believing these would create moral problems, but they also restricted land ownership and dictated what crops could be grown. These well-intentioned but impractical rules often left colonists struggling to produce enough food to survive. The ban on slavery in early Georgia meant that colonists had to clear land and work fields themselves, a back-breaking task in the humid southern climate. Many colonists were unprepared for this physical labor, and food production suffered as a result. When the restrictions were finally lifted, Georgia quickly adopted the plantation system of its neighbors, but the early years were marked by genuine hardship and food insecurity. Across all regions, certain foods became symbols of colonial struggle. Corn, in its various forms, represented both survival and a step down from European grain preferences. Colonists ate corn as porridge, baked it into bread, and ground it into meal, but they rarely celebrated it. Corn was the food of necessity, the crop that kept them alive when wheat failed or money ran short. Salt pork appeared on tables from Maine to Georgia, not because it was particularly delicious, but because it was one of the most reliable ways to preserve protein. The salt used for preservation was often coarse and harsh, leaving the meat almost inedibly salty by modern standards. Colonists would soak salt pork for hours before cooking, trying to remove enough salt to make it palatable while retaining enough to prevent spoilage. These regional variations in colonial food tell a story of adaptation and survival, of people trying to recreate familiar tastes in an unfamiliar land while making do with whatever resources they could find or afford. Each region developed its own solutions to the universal problems of hunger, preservation, and nutrition, creating the foundation for what would eventually become distinctly American regional cuisines. Despite the daily struggles with bland and monotonous meals, colonial Americans did find ways to celebrate special occasions with more elaborate feasting. These rare moments of culinary abundance stood in stark contrast to their everyday dining experiences, though even these celebrations were constrained by the limitations of colonial food preservation and preparation methods. Wedding feasts represented perhaps the most elaborate dining occasions in colonial society. Families would pool their resources for weeks, or even months, in advance, carefully planning menus that would showcase their hospitality and social standing. The bride's family typically bore the responsibility for providing the wedding feast, which could last for several days in wealthier households. These celebrations featured multiple courses, with roasted meats taking center stage alongside elaborate puddings and seasonal fruits. The preparation for a colonial wedding feast began days before the actual ceremony. Women from the extended family and community would gather to assist with the massive undertaking of food preparation. They would slaughter livestock specifically for the occasion, often choosing the finest animals from their herds. Pigs, chickens, and sometimes even cattle would be butchered and prepared using every available cooking method. The meat would be roasted over open fires, boiled in large cauldrons, and preserved through smoking and salting. Harvest festivals and Thanksgiving celebrations provided another opportunity for colonial communities to enjoy more varied and abundant meals. These autumn gatherings celebrated the successful completion of the growing season and the securing of winter food supplies. Tables would be laden with the fruits of their labor. Fresh corn prepared in multiple ways, squash and pumpkin dishes, wild game that had been hunted during the season, and preserved fruits that had been carefully stored throughout the summer months. The famous first Thanksgiving, while often romanticized in modern retellings, actually reflected the typical colonial approach to special occasion dining. The Pilgrims and their Native American guests shared a feast that included wild fowl, venison, corn, and various native plants. However, this meal lacked many of the foods we now associate with Thanksgiving, including potatoes, cranberry sauce, and pumpkin pie. The celebration lasted for 3 days, with participants sharing whatever foods were available and seasonally appropriate. Christmas celebrations in colonial America varied significantly depending on religious affiliation and regional customs. Puritan communities often discouraged elaborate Christmas feasting, viewing such celebrations as overly indulgent and potentially sinful. However, other colonial communities embraced the opportunity for special holiday meals. These Christmas feasts might include roasted goose or turkey, special puddings made with dried fruits and spices, and various baked goods that required precious white flour and sugar. The preparation of special occasion foods often involved techniques and ingredients that were rarely used during ordinary meals. Wealthy colonial families might import expensive spices specifically for holiday cooking, including cinnamon, nutmeg, and cloves. These precious seasonings would be used sparingly, but strategically, to create memorable flavors that distinguished celebration meals from everyday fare. Sugar, when available, would be reserved for special desserts and sweet preparations that marked the importance of the occasion. Religious holidays throughout the colonial calendar provided additional opportunities for special feasting. Easter celebrations might feature early spring vegetables and preserved meats that had been carefully rationed throughout the winter months. Pentecost and other Christian holidays were marked with community gatherings that included shared meals and the preparation of traditional foods that connected colonists to their European heritage. The social aspects of colonial feasting were just as important as the food itself. These special occasions provided rare opportunities for extended socializing, storytelling, and community bonding. Neighbors would travel considerable distances to attend wedding feasts and harvest celebrations, often staying for several days. The sharing of food during these events reinforced social bonds and provided a temporary respite from the isolation and hardships of colonial life. Colonial children particularly looked forward to special occasion feasting, as these events often included sweet treats and foods that were otherwise unavailable. Maple sugar candies, honey cakes, and fruit preserves might appear on special occasion tables, providing young colonists with rare tastes of sweetness. These celebratory foods created lasting memories and helped establish food traditions that would be passed down through generations. The preparation methods for special occasion foods often required community cooperation and shared resources. Large-scale roasting required substantial amounts of firewood and cooking equipment that individual families might not possess. Community members would contribute labor, ingredients, and cooking implements to ensure successful celebrations. This cooperative approach to special occasion cooking strengthened community bonds and ensured that even less wealthy families could participate in elaborate feasting. Seasonal availability heavily influenced the timing and content of colonial celebrations. Spring celebrations might feature early greens and preserved foods that had lasted through the winter. Summer gatherings could include fresh vegetables and fruits at their peak ripeness. Autumn feasts showcased the harvest bounty, while winter celebrations relied heavily on preserved and stored foods. This seasonal rhythm created a natural calendar of culinary celebrations that aligned with the agricultural cycle. The contrast between special occasion feasting and everyday colonial dining was dramatic and meaningful. While daily meals might consist of simple porridge, bread, and basic stews, celebration feasts could include multiple meat dishes, elaborate puddings, fresh fruits, and imported delicacies. This stark difference made special occasions truly memorable and provided colonists with something to anticipate during the long stretches of monotonous daily dining. Documentation of colonial feasts often appears in letters and diaries, providing modern historians with glimpses into these special culinary events. Wealthy colonists would sometimes record detailed descriptions of wedding feasts and holiday celebrations, noting the specific dishes served and the social dynamics of these gatherings. These historical records reveal both the abundance possible during special occasions and the careful planning required to achieve such temporary culinary luxury in the challenging colonial environment. In the humid summers of colonial America, food spoilage became a race against time. Without refrigeration, colonists developed an arsenal of preservation techniques that would determine whether their families survived the harsh winter months ahead. Salt became the most precious commodity in any colonial household. Families would purchase salt by the barrel, storing it in wooden containers lined with cloth to prevent moisture from destroying their investment. The process of salting meat required precise timing and technique. When a pig was slaughtered in autumn, the entire family would gather around the kitchen table for the salting ritual. The meat was cut into specific portions, each piece rubbed thoroughly with coarse salt until every surface glistened white. Layer by layer, the salted pork was packed into wooden barrels, with additional salt sprinkled between each layer. The salt drew moisture from the meat through osmosis, creating an environment where harmful bacteria could not survive. After several weeks of curing, the pork would shrink considerably, becoming dense and incredibly salty. This salt pork would sustain families through months when fresh meat was unavailable. Smoking represented another crucial preservation method, though it required constant attention and skill. Colonial smokehouses were small wooden structures, often no larger than an outhouse, with carefully designed ventilation systems. The key was maintaining the right temperature and smoke density for days or even weeks. Hickory, oak, and apple woods were preferred for smoking, each imparting distinct flavors to the meat. The fire had to burn low and steady, producing thick smoke without excessive heat. Too much heat would cook the meat rather than preserve it, while too little smoke would allow spoilage to begin. Fish presented unique challenges in colonial preservation. Cod fishing was a major industry, but the catch had to be processed immediately upon returning to shore. The fish were split open, cleaned, and laid out on wooden racks called flakes. Under the hot summer sun, cod would dry into hard, leathery pieces that could last for months. The process of drying fish required constant vigilance. If rain threatened, entire communities would rush to cover the flakes with canvas or move the fish indoors. A single storm could destroy weeks of work and a family's protein supply for the winter. Vegetables demanded different preservation strategies. Root vegetables like turnips, carrots, and potatoes were stored in root cellars dug deep into the earth. These underground chambers maintained consistent cool temperatures, preventing both freezing and premature sprouting. The construction of a proper root cellar was an art form. The walls were lined with stones to prevent cave-ins, and the floor was covered with sand or sawdust to absorb excess moisture. Vegetables were layered carefully, with straw or leaves separating different types to prevent cross-contamination of flavors and odors. Cabbage underwent transformation into sauerkraut through fermentation. Heads of cabbage were shredded finely and mixed with salt in large wooden crocks. The salt drew out the cabbage's natural juices, creating a brine that would preserve the vegetable through beneficial bacterial fermentation. The fermentation process required precise conditions. The cabbage had to remain submerged under its own brine, weighted down with clean stones or wooden boards. If air reached the fermenting vegetables, harmful molds would develop, ruining the entire batch and potentially poisoning anyone who consumed it. Dairy products presented particular challenges in the colonial climate. Milk would sour within hours in summer heat, so it was immediately processed into cheese or butter. Cheese-making was a complex process that required timing, temperature control, and considerable skill. The milk was heated to specific temperatures, then treated with rennet to form curds. These curds were pressed in wooden forms, aged in cool cellars, and turned regularly to prevent uneven ripening. A successful wheel of cheese represented months of careful attention and could feed a family through winter. Butter required different techniques. Cream was churned in wooden churns until it separated into butter and buttermilk. The butter was then washed repeatedly in cold water to remove all traces of milk, which would cause rancidity. Finally, it was salted heavily and packed into crocks, covered with brine to exclude air. Fruits were preserved through drying, a process that concentrated their natural sugars while removing moisture that bacteria needed to survive. Apples were peeled, cored, and sliced into rings, then strung on threads and hung in attics or near fireplaces. The constant air circulation and gentle heat would slowly dehydrate the fruit. Berries required different treatment. Blueberries, cranberries, and strawberries were spread on wooden trays and placed in sunny locations, turned regularly to ensure even drying. The process could take weeks, depending on weather conditions and humidity levels. Pickling in vinegar provided another preservation method, particularly for vegetables like cucumbers, beets, and onions. The acidic environment created by vinegar prevented bacterial growth while adding distinctive flavors. Colonial housewives would prepare large batches of pickled vegetables each autumn. The vinegar itself was often homemade, produced from apple cider or other fruit wines that had been allowed to ferment further. This process required patience and skill, as the transformation from alcohol to acetic acid took months under proper conditions. Perhaps most importantly, colonists learned to coordinate their preservation activities with the seasons. Autumn was the crucial time when families worked frantically to process the harvest before winter arrived. Every member of the household had specific responsibilities in this preservation marathon. Children would help with simple tasks like stringing apple rings or collecting eggs for preservation in lime water. Women managed the complex processes of cheese making, pickling, and fermentation. Men handled the heavy work of slaughtering animals and constructing storage facilities. The success or failure of these preservation efforts would determine whether a family thrived or merely survived through the long colonial winter. Those who mastered these techniques could maintain varied diets even in the depths of February, while those who failed faced months of monotonous, barely adequate nutrition. These preservation methods shaped not only colonial diets, but also social structures, as families and communities had to cooperate in the massive undertaking of preparing for winter. The knowledge and skills required were passed down through generations, creating traditions that would persist long after refrigeration made such techniques unnecessary. The colonial food landscape wasn't entirely dominated by local ingredients and preservation techniques. Trade networks, both legal and illicit, brought exotic flavors and essential supplies to American tables, though often at tremendous cost and with significant delays. Sugar represented the most coveted imported commodity, arriving primarily from Caribbean plantations in crude, unrefined blocks called muscovado. Colonial housewives would spend hours clarifying this brown, sticky substance, boiling it with egg whites to remove impurities and achieve the white crystals that marked prosperity and refinement. The sugar trade created an entire economy around sweetness. Wealthy families might consume 20 pounds annually, while poor families made do with maple syrup, honey, or molasses. The thick, dark byproduct of sugar refining that cost a fraction of refined sugar, but provided similar sweetening power for their limited cooking endeavors. Spices arrived sporadically through complex trading routes that stretched from European ports to colonial harbors. Black pepper, worth its weight in silver, was carefully rationed and stored in locked spice boxes. Nutmeg, cinnamon, and cloves transformed simple dishes into luxury experiences, though their high cost meant most families used them only for special occasions or medicinal purposes. Tea became increasingly important throughout the colonial period, evolving from an exotic curiosity to a daily necessity for those who could afford it. The ritual of tea drinking required specialized equipment, delicate porcelain cups, silver spoons, sugar tongs, that demonstrated social status while providing a warm, caffeinated beverage that helped combat the monotony of colonial life. Coffee remained relatively uncommon until political tensions with Britain made tea consumption seem unpatriotic. Colonial coffee was typically roasted at home in small batches, ground by hand, and brewed strong enough to dissolve spoons. The bitter, often burnt-tasting result bore little resemblance to modern coffee preparations. Wine and spirits arrived from Europe in wooden casks that often leaked, spoiled, or became contaminated during long ocean voyages. Madeira wine, fortified to survive tropical heat, became particularly popular among colonial elites, who appreciated its ability to improve with age and travel. Unlike more delicate European wines that rarely survived Atlantic crossings, rice cultivation in South Carolina created an interesting trade dynamic where African knowledge and Caribbean varieties combined to produce a successful colonial crop. However, much of the best rice was exported back to Europe, leaving colonists with broken grains and inferior varieties for their own consumption. Chocolate arrived as solid cakes that required grating and careful preparation. Colonial chocolate drinks were often bitter, spiced with pepper or cinnamon, and consumed hot as a medicinal beverage rather than the sweet treat we recognize today. The complex preparation process made chocolate drinking a time-consuming luxury. Olive oil, essential for Mediterranean cooking, arrived rancid more often than fresh due to poor storage conditions during shipping. Most colonists relied on animal fats for cooking, making the occasional bottle of good olive oil a precious commodity reserved for special dishes or medicinal applications. Citrus fruits represented both luxury and necessity, providing essential vitamin C to prevent scurvy while offering exotic flavors that brightened winter diets. Lemons and oranges arrived packed in sawdust or sand, though many spoiled before reaching inland settlements, making preserved citrus peels valuable commodities. The triangular trade system connected colonial food production to global markets in complex ways. Rum distilled from Caribbean molasses was traded for manufactured goods, which were exchanged for enslaved people, who produced more sugar and molasses, creating cycles that deeply influenced colonial eating patterns and economic structures. Smuggling became commonplace as colonists sought to avoid British trade restrictions and high tariffs on imported foods. Dutch traders operating from Caribbean islands provided alternative sources for sugar, spices, and other luxury items, though at considerable risk to both smugglers and consumers who might receive inferior or adulterated products. Salt fish from Newfoundland banks provided protein for colonial tables, though the preservation process often left the fish so heavily salted that extensive soaking and multiple cooking waters were required to make it palatable. Cod wooden planks that bore little resemblance to fresh fish. Cheese imports from Europe rarely survived long voyages without spoilage, leading colonists to develop their own cheese-making traditions using European techniques adapted to local conditions and available ingredients. The results were often quite different from their European counterparts, though sometimes surprisingly superior. Preserved meats like ham and bacon arrived from Europe in various states of decay, their quality dependent on packing methods, voyage duration, and storage conditions. The best imported meats commanded premium prices, while inferior products were often the only options available to average colonial families. Exotic fruits like pineapples became symbols of hospitality and wealth, though their extreme rarity meant that most colonists never tasted them. Wealthy hosts would rent pineapples for dinner parties, displaying them as centerpieces before returning them to merchants for the next customer, since purchasing one could cost several months' wages. The spice trade created interesting regional variations in colonial cooking, as different ports received different shipments. New York might have abundant cinnamon, while Philadelphia lacked nutmeg, leading to distinct regional flavor profiles that reflected trade relationships rather than local preferences or agricultural conditions. Import duties and trade restrictions significantly influenced colonial food choices, making some ingredients prohibitively expensive while creating black markets for others. These economic pressures shaped colonial cuisine in ways that persisted long after independence, creating American food traditions that reflected political resistance as much as culinary preference. Trade relationships with Native American communities provided access to indigenous foods like maple sugar, wild rice, and various nuts and berries that couldn't be obtained through European trade networks. These exchanges created hybrid cuisines that combined European techniques with Native American ingredients in ways that defined early American cooking. The seasonal nature of shipping meant that imported foods arrived in waves, creating periods of abundance followed by scarcity that required careful planning and storage. Colonial households had to balance immediate consumption with preservation needs, never knowing when the next shipment might arrive or what condition it might be in. The colonial kitchen was a world away from our modern culinary spaces, filled with tools that required skill, patience, and considerable physical strength to operate effectively. Understanding these implements helps us appreciate just how labor-intensive food preparation truly was in early America. The hearth dominated every colonial kitchen, serving as the primary cooking surface, heat source, and social center of the home. These massive stone or brick structures often measured 6 to 8 feet wide and 4 feet deep, with chimneys that drew smoke upward through carefully constructed flues. The hearth's design required constant attention to to maintain proper airflow and prevent dangerous backdrafts that could fill rooms with choking smoke. Within the hearth, colonists used an array of specialized iron tools designed to handle the intense heat and heavy cookware. Long-handled spoons, forks, and ladles allowed cooks to stir pots and serve food without burning themselves on the flames. These utensils were often hand-forged by local blacksmiths, making each piece unique in weight and balance. The handles extended 3 to 4 feet in length, giving cooks the reach they needed to work safely over open fires. Pot hooks and trammel chains hung from iron bars stretched across the hearth opening, allowing colonists to raise and lower heavy iron pots over the flames. These adjustable hanging systems were crucial for controlling cooking temperatures, as moving a pot higher reduced heat, while lowering it increased the cooking intensity. The chains themselves were works of craftsmanship, with multiple links and hooks that could support pots weighing 50 pounds or more when filled with stew or soup. Iron pots came in various sizes, from small saucepans holding just a few cups to massive cauldrons capable of feeding entire families. The largest pots could hold 20 gallons of liquid, making them suitable for rendering fat, boiling large cuts of meat, or preparing communal meals during harvest time. These vessels were expensive investments that families often passed down through generations, their iron surfaces becoming seasoned and blackened through years of use over open flames. Dutch ovens represented one of the most versatile cooking tools in the colonial kitchen. These heavy, lidded pots could be buried in coals for baking bread, suspended over flames for stewing, or placed directly on hot embers for roasting. The thick iron walls distributed heat evenly, while the tight-fitting lids trapped moisture and steam. Colonists learned to pile glowing coals on top of the lid, creating an oven-like environment that could bake bread, pies, and casseroles with surprising effectiveness. Spits and roasting equipment allowed colonists to cook large cuts of meat over open flames. Simple spits were iron rods that held meat suspended over the fire, requiring someone to turn them regularly to ensure even cooking. Wealthier families might own mechanical spit jacks, clockwork devices that slowly rotated the meat automatically. These ingenious contraptions used weights and gears to maintain steady rotation, freeing cooks to attend to other tasks, while roasts cooked evenly over the flames. Griddles and skillets provided flat cooking surfaces for preparing pancakes, corn cakes, and fried foods. Colonial griddles were large, flat iron plates with handles or legs that allowed them to sit directly over coals. These tools required careful temperature management, as iron conducted heat quickly and could easily burn delicate foods. Experienced cooks learned to test griddle temperature by sprinkling water droplets on the surface, watching how quickly they sizzled and evaporated. Food preparation tools reflected the manual nature of colonial cooking. Wooden mortars and pestles ground spices, crushed herbs, and pulverized dried corn into meal. These tools came in various sizes, from small versions for grinding individual spices to massive mortars carved from tree stumps for processing large quantities of grain. The rhythmic pounding of pestle against mortar was a constant sound in colonial kitchens, as cooks prepared ingredients for each meal from scratch. Knives were precious tools that required constant maintenance and careful use. Most colonial families owned only a few knives, which they used for everything from butchering meat to chopping vegetables. These blades were hand-forged and required regular sharpening on whetstones to maintain their edges. The handles were often made from wood, bone, or horn, materials that could crack or split with heavy use, requiring periodic repair or replacement. Wooden bowls, plates, and trenchers served as the primary eating and serving vessels in most colonial homes. These items were carved from single pieces of wood, usually maple, oak, or other hardwoods that could withstand repeated washing and use. Trenchers were particularly common, serving as individual plates that diners would share between two people. The wood absorbed flavors over time, developing a patina that reflected the foods most commonly served in each household. Sieves and strainers helped colonists separate solids from liquids and remove impurities from various ingredients. These tools featured woven horsehair, linen cloth, or perforated metal surfaces that filtered out unwanted particles. Colonists used sieves to strain milk, clarify broths, sift flour, and separate curds from whey during cheese making. The finest sieves were imported from Europe and represented significant investments for colonial households. Storage containers played crucial roles in preserving and organizing food supplies. Wooden barrels held salted meat, pickled vegetables, and grain, while ceramic crocks stored dairy products and fermented foods. These containers required careful maintenance to prevent spoilage and contamination. Barrel hoops needed tightening. Wooden staves required occasional replacement, and ceramic vessels had to be checked regularly for cracks that could harbor dangerous bacteria. Measuring tools were often improvised from available containers rather than standardized instruments. Colonial cooks measured ingredients using teacups, wine glasses, eggshells, and other common items as units of measurement. This system worked within individual households, but made sharing recipes between families challenging, as each cook's cup might hold a different volume. Standard measurements were luxuries that only the wealthiest colonists could afford to import from European suppliers. The absence of modern conveniences made every cooking task more time-consuming and physically demanding. Without electric mixers, food processors, or even reliable measuring tools, colonial cooks relied on skill, experience, and considerable physical effort to prepare meals. These limitations shaped not only what colonists ate, but how they approached cooking, emphasizing simple preparations that maximized nutrition, while minimizing the labor required to transform raw ingredients into edible meals. The challenges of food preparation in colonial America extended far beyond simply finding ingredients. Every aspect of cooking required enormous physical effort, specialized knowledge, and careful timing that modern cooks can barely imagine. Consider the simple act of making bread, a daily necessity for most colonial families. The process began hours before dawn, when the household cook would need to tend the fire that had been banked overnight. Getting the right temperature for baking required intimate knowledge of how different woods burned, how coals behaved, and how to judge heat by holding your hand near the oven opening. Colonial ovens were typically built into the side of the main fireplace, constructed from brick or stone. These beehive-shaped chambers had to be heated by building a fire directly inside them, then removing the coals and ashes before inserting the bread. The timing was critical. Too hot, and the bread would burn on the outside while remaining raw inside. Too cool, and it would never rise properly or develop a proper crust. Women learned to judge oven temperature by tossing flour onto the floor of the oven and watching how quickly it browned. They could tell the heat level by how long they could hold their hand inside the opening. This wasn't casual cooking. This was skilled craftsmanship passed down through generations of trial and error. The preparation of meat presented its own exhausting challenges. Without refrigeration, large animals had to be processed immediately after slaughter. This meant that entire communities often coordinated their butchering, with neighbors helping each other through the intensive work of breaking down a cow, pig, or sheep in a single day. Every part of the animal had to be used immediately or preserved. The choicest cuts might be roasted for immediate consumption, but the majority would need to be salted, smoked, or turned into sausages. Women worked frantically to clean intestines for sausage casings, while men managed the heavy work of moving large pieces of meat. Smoking meat required maintaining fires for days at a time. Someone had to tend these fires constantly, adding the right types of wood to create proper smoke without too much heat. Apple, hickory, and oak were preferred, but colonists used whatever hardwoods were available. The process couldn't be rushed, and a poorly tended smoking fire could ruin weeks' worth of meat. Salt preservation required enormous quantities of salt, which was expensive and often had to be imported. Families would pack meat in wooden barrels with layers of coarse salt, creating an environment hostile to bacteria. But even this process required skill. Too little salt, and the meat would spoil. Pack it incorrectly, and portions would rot, while others became inedibly salty. Cooking vegetables presented different, but equally demanding challenges. Root vegetables like turnips, carrots, and onions could be stored in root cellars, but they required constant monitoring. Too much moisture, and they would rot. Too little, and they would shrivel and become inedible. Families would spend hours sorting through their stored vegetables, removing any that showed signs of decay before they could contaminate the rest. Fresh vegetables had to be processed quickly during harvest season, Cabbages were turned into sauerkraut through a labor-intensive process of shredding, salting, and fermenting in large crocks. Cucumbers became pickles through similar fermentation processes. These weren't just food preparation techniques. They were essential survival strategies for getting through the winter months. The tools available for food preparation were crude by modern standards. Knives were expensive and had to be sharpened regularly on whetstones. Most families owned only a few knives, which meant that food preparation often had to be done in sequence rather than simultaneously. A dull knife wasn't just inconvenient, it was dangerous and made every cutting task exponentially more difficult. Grinding grain into flour required either a hand-cranked mill or access to a community mill powered by water or wind. Hand mills were backbreaking work, requiring someone to turn a heavy stone wheel for extended periods. The resulting flour was often coarse and contained bits of stone dust from the grinding wheels, giving colonial bread a gritty texture that would be unacceptable today. Water for cooking had to be hauled from wells, springs, or streams. In winter, this meant breaking ice and carrying heavy buckets through snow and freezing temperatures. Every drop of water used for cooking represented physical labor, which made colonists extremely conservative about water usage in food preparation. Measuring ingredients was largely done by eye and experience rather than precise measurements. Colonial cooks learned to judge quantities by handfuls, pinches, and visual cues. Recipes were passed down orally, with instructions like flour enough to make a stiff dough or bake until golden. This meant that consistency was difficult to achieve, and every batch of bread or stew was slightly different. The seasonal nature of food availability meant that meal planning required thinking months ahead. Families had to preserve enough food during abundant harvest seasons to last through the lean winter months. This required not just physical work, but careful calculation and planning. A family that miscalculated their preservation needs might face hunger before spring arrived. Kitchen fires were a constant danger during food preparation. Open flames, grease, and wooden structures created perfect conditions for disasters. Many colonial homes were lost to kitchen fires, and cooks regularly suffered burns from splashing grease, hot coals, and scalding water. Cooking was literally a life-threatening activity that required constant vigilance and careful attention to safety. These preparation challenges meant that cooking wasn't just about creating meals. It was about managing a complex system of preservation, timing, and resource allocation that determined whether a family would survive the winter. Every aspect of food preparation required skills, knowledge, and physical endurance that few modern people could match. The dietary experiences of colonial children differed dramatically from modern expectations, shaped by beliefs about childhood development, available resources, and prevailing medical theories of the time. From birth through adolescence, young colonists navigated a world where food was both scarce and potentially dangerous, where adult supervision of eating habits was minimal, and where survival often depended on learning to forage and identify edible plants at remarkably young ages. Infants in colonial America faced immediate nutritional challenges that would alarm modern parents. Breastfeeding, while common, was often supplemented or replaced entirely with alternatives that seem shocking by today's standards. When mothers were unable to nurse, wet nurses were employed among wealthy families, but most colonial families relied on makeshift formulas created from cow's milk, water, and whatever sweetening agents were available. These concoctions were frequently contaminated, leading to high infant mortality rates that communities simply accepted as natural. The transition from milk to solid foods occurred much earlier than modern recommendations suggest. Colonial infants, as young as 4 months old, were given bread soaked in milk, thin gruel made from cornmeal, or even small pieces of meat that had been chewed by adults to soften them. This practice, known as premastication, was common across all social classes and was believed to aid digestion. The lack of understanding about infant nutritional needs meant that bobbies were often given foods that were difficult to digest or nutritionally inadequate. Weaning typically occurred between 12 and 18 months, at which point children were expected to eat essentially the same foods as adults, though in smaller portions. There was no concept of specialized children's foods or gradual introduction of new ingredients. A 2-year-old colonial child might be given the same salt pork, hardtack, and ale that sustained adult workers, leading to digestive problems and nutritional deficiencies that were considered normal childhood ailments. The daily diet of colonial children varied significantly based on their families, economic status, and geographic location. Wealthy merchant families in cities like Boston or Philadelphia could provide their children with imported foods, fresh fruits when available, and meat several times per week. These privileged children might enjoy white bread, butter, cheese, and even occasional sweets made from imported sugar. However, they still faced the same preservation and contamination issues that affected all colonial food. Children from farming families had access to fresh vegetables during growing seasons and often enjoyed more varied diets than their urban counterparts. They learned to identify edible wild plants, berries, and nuts, skills that could mean the difference between adequate nutrition and hunger during lean times. These rural children often had responsibility for gathering eggs, milking cows, and tending kitchen gardens, giving them intimate knowledge of food production that urban children lacked. The poorest colonial children faced the harshest dietary realities. Indentured servants, children, orphans, and those from struggling families often survived on little more than corn mush, occasional scraps of meat, and whatever they could forage or steal. These children learned early that food was a precious commodity not to be wasted, and many many developed survival skills that would serve them throughout their lives. Malnutrition was common among this population, leading to stunted growth, dental problems, and increased susceptibility to disease. Colonial children's relationship with alcohol would shock modern sensibilities. Small beer, weak ale, and diluted cider were considered safer than water for children as young as 5 or 6 years old. Parents believed that the fermentation process killed harmful bacteria, which was partially correct, though they didn't understand the science behind it. Children were given these alcoholic beverages with meals, and it was not uncommon to see youngsters with slight intoxication, which was considered normal and even healthy. The seasonal nature of colonial food production meant that children's diets fluctuated dramatically throughout the year. Spring brought relief from winter's monotonous preserved foods, with fresh greens, early vegetables, and renewed milk production from cows and goats. Children eagerly anticipated these first fresh foods after months of salt pork, dried corn, and stored root vegetables. They learned to identify and gather wild leeks, dandelions, and other edible plants that provided essential vitamins after the nutritional desert of winter. Summer represented abundance for colonial children, with fresh fruits, vegetables, and herbs providing variety and nutrition. However, this abundance came with its own dangers. Without refrigeration, fresh foods spoiled quickly in hot weather, and children often fell ill from eating contaminated fruits or vegetables. Parents had to balance the nutritional benefits of fresh produce against the risks of foodborne illness, often choosing to feed children preserved foods, even when fresh alternatives were available. Autumn brought the crucial work of food preservation, and children as young as 6 or 7 were expected to participate in smoking meat, drying vegetables, and preparing foods for winter storage. They learned to recognize signs of spoilage, understand the importance of proper preservation techniques, and develop the skills necessary for family survival. This hands-on education in food preparation was considered essential for both boys and girls, though girls typically received more detailed instruction in cooking and preservation methods. Winter posed the greatest challenges for colonial children's nutrition. As stored foods dwindled and fresh options disappeared, children's diets became increasingly monotonous and nutritionally deficient. Scurvy was common among colonial children during late winter months when vitamin C stores were depleted. Parents often noticed their children becoming listless, developing loose teeth, or suffering from slow-healing wounds. But they attributed these symptoms to the natural hardships of winter rather than specific nutritional deficiencies. The education of colonial children included extensive training in food identification, preparation, and preservation. Boys learned to hunt, fish, and trap, while girls focused on cooking, preserving, and managing household food stores. However, both sexes learned basic survival skills, including which plants were edible, how to prepare simple meals, and how to stretch limited food supplies during difficult times. This practical education was considered more important than formal schooling for most colonial families. Discipline around food was harsh by modern standards. Children who wasted food, stole extra portions, or complained about meals faced severe punishment. The concept of picky eating was not tolerated in colonial households, where children were expected to eat whatever was provided without complaint. Parents believed that refusing food was both wasteful and potentially harmful to character development, leading to strict enforcement of mealtime rules that would be considered abusive today. The dietary experiences of colonial children shaped their relationship with food throughout their lives, creating adults who valued frugality, resourcefulness, and adaptability. These early experiences with scarcity, seasonal variation, and food insecurity influenced colonial attitudes toward waste, hospitality, and the importance of food preservation skills that would be passed down through generations of American families. The line between food and medicine blurred considerably in colonial America, where every meal was potentially a dose of something meant to cure, prevent, or treat various ailments. Colonial settlers brought with them centuries-old European beliefs about the medicinal properties of food, combined with desperate necessity born from limited access to trained physicians and proper medicines. The doctrine of signatures dominated colonial thinking about medicinal foods. This ancient belief held that God had marked plants and foods with signs indicating their healing properties. Walnuts, with their brain-like appearance, were thought to cure headaches and improve mental faculties. Colonists would carefully crack walnuts and consume them whenever they felt their thinking becoming sluggish or when headaches struck. Tomatoes, when they finally arrived in colonial gardens, were viewed with deep suspicion, not because of their medicinal properties, but because wealthy Europeans had died after eating them. What colonists didn't understand was that the acidic tomatoes were leaching lead from pewter plates, causing lead poisoning. This created a lasting fear of tomatoes that persisted well into the 19th century. Garlic held an almost magical status in colonial medicine. Colonists hung braids of garlic in their homes, believing it would ward off disease and evil spirits. They consumed garlic daily, often raw, thinking it would prevent plague, consumption, and various fevers. The strong smell of garlic on a person's breath was actually considered a sign of good health and proper preventive care. Onions served similar purposes, though they were thought to be particularly effective against respiratory ailments. Colonial mothers would slice onions and place them in their children's bedrooms, believing the vapors would clear congested lungs and prevent croup. They also made onion syrup by layering sliced onions with sugar or honey, letting the mixture sit overnight to draw out the juices. Honey was perhaps the most versatile medicinal food in the colonial pantry. Beyond its obvious use as a sweetener, colonists used honey to treat wounds, believing it would prevent infection and speed healing. They mixed honey with various herbs to create medicinal pastes and syrups. Honey mixed with vinegar was thought to cure joint pain and improve digestion. Vinegar itself held tremendous medicinal importance. Apple cider vinegar, made from the abundant apple crops, was considered a cure-all. Colonists drank it diluted in water for digestive problems, used it as a gargle for sore throats, and applied it to wounds as an antiseptic. They believed vinegar could dissolve kidney stones and prevent scurvy, though they had no understanding of the actual nutritional science behind these beliefs. Molasses, a byproduct of sugar refining, became a crucial medicinal food in colonial households. Rich in iron, though colonists didn't understand this, molasses was often given to pale, weak individuals who were likely suffering from iron deficiency anemia. Colonial mothers would mix molasses with various herbs to create tonics for their families, particularly during the harsh winter months. Ginger root, imported at considerable expense, was treasured for its supposed ability to warm the body and aid digestion. Colonial women would grate fresh ginger into hot water to create a tea for stomach ailments, or mix it with honey for respiratory problems. Pregnant women consumed ginger to combat morning sickness, a use that actually has some scientific validity. Salt played a crucial role in colonial medicine beyond food preservation. Colonists used salt water gargles for sore throats, salt poultices for wounds, and believed that consuming the right amount of salt would balance their bodily humors. They had no concept of high blood pressure or sodium intake limits, viewing salt as purely beneficial. Herbs grown in colonial gardens served dual purposes as both flavoring and medicine. Sage was thought to improve memory and was often consumed by students and scholars. Thyme was believed to give courage and was fed to soldiers before battle. Rosemary was associated with remembrance and was commonly used in funeral preparations, but also consumed to improve mental clarity. Colonial settlers developed their own unique medicinal food combinations based on available ingredients and observed results. They created pine needle tea, rich in vitamin C, though they didn't understand this, which actually did help prevent scurvy. They made dandelion wine, believing it would cleanse the blood and improve liver function. The preparation of medicinal foods often involved elaborate rituals and timing. Colonists believed that herbs gathered at dawn held more power than those picked at midday. They thought that foods prepared during certain phases of the moon would be more effective. These beliefs added layers of complexity to simple food preparation. Seasonal medicinal foods reflected both availability and perceived need. Spring brought dandelion greens, consumed to cleanse the body after a winter of preserved foods. Summer offered fresh herbs at their supposed peak potency. Fall meant gathering roots and berries for winter medicine. Winter forced reliance on preserved medicinal foods and dried herbs. The effectiveness of colonial medicinal foods varied wildly. Some, like ginger for nausea or honey for wounds, actually had beneficial properties that modern science has validated. Others, like consuming lead-contaminated remedies or believing that bloodletting combined with specific foods would cure disease, were actively harmful. Colonial children grew up learning which foods were medicine and which were merely sustenance. They learned to identify healing plants, to prepare simple remedies, and to recognize the signs that indicated when medicinal foods were needed. This knowledge was passed down through generations, creating a complex folk medicine tradition. The psychological effects of medicinal foods cannot be underestimated in colonial society. The act of consuming something believed to be healing provided comfort and hope in times of illness. The ritual of preparation, the gathering of family around the sick person, and the shared belief in the food's power all contributed to a sense of taking action against disease and suffering. These medicinal food practices reveal the colonial mindset of working with available resources, combining old world knowledge with new world necessity, and maintaining hope in the face of limited medical options. While many of their beliefs about food as medicine were incorrect, the underlying principle of using nutrition to support health contained kernels of wisdom that modern science continues to explore and validate. Colonial taverns and public houses served as the social centers of early American communities, offering weary travelers and local patrons a place to rest, drink, and dine. These establishments, often called ordinaries or inns, provided some of the most consistent food service available in colonial America, though the quality and variety of their offerings varied dramatically depending on location, season, and the proprietor's skill and resources. The typical colonial tavern operated under a complex system of regulations and expectations. Most were licensed by local authorities and required to provide food and lodging to travelers at reasonable rates. The proprietor, often called the ordinary keeper, was expected to maintain a clean establishment and serve wholesome food, though enforcement of these standards was inconsistent at best. Many taverns were run by widows who had inherited the business from their husbands, as it was one of the few respectable ways for women to earn an independent living in colonial society. The heart of any tavern was its common room, where patrons gathered around long wooden tables to share meals and conversation. The atmosphere was often smoky and dimly lit, with the central fireplace providing both warmth and cooking facilities. The smell of roasting meat, tobacco smoke, and unwashed bodies created a distinctive tavern atmosphere that many travelers found both comforting and overwhelming. Guests typically sat wherever space was available, sharing tables with strangers, and engaging in the communal dining experience that characterized colonial social life. Tavern meals followed a predictable pattern, with the ordinary keeper serving whatever was available from their kitchen at set times throughout the day. Breakfast might consist of cornmeal mush, fried salt pork, and small beer or cider. The main meal of the day, served at midday, typically featured a substantial dish of meat, often roasted or boiled, accompanied by vegetables when available. Supper was usually a lighter affair, perhaps featuring cold meats, bread, and cheese, along with the ever-present alcoholic beverages that formed the backbone of tavern profits. The quality of tavern food varied enormously depending on the establishment's location and clientele. Taverns in major port cities like Boston, New York, and Philadelphia often served more sophisticated fare, with access to imported ingredients and skilled cooks who could prepare dishes that approached European standards. These urban establishments might offer turtle soup, roasted fowl with proper seasonings, and even crude attempts at French cuisine for their more affluent patrons. The proprietors of such establishments took pride in their reputations and competed fiercely for the patronage of wealthy merchants and government officials. Rural taverns, however, offered a much more basic dining experience. Located along country roads and in small farming communities, these establishments served simple, hearty fare designed to fill hungry stomachs rather than please sophisticated palates. A typical meal might consist of a large bowl of stew made from whatever meat was available, accompanied by coarse bread and root vegetables. The stew pot was often kept simmering continuously, with new ingredients added as needed, creating a constantly evolving mixture that could vary dramatically in quality and flavor from day to day. One of the most challenging aspects of tavern dining was the unpredictability of the food supply. Tavern keepers had to rely on local farmers, hunters, and fishermen for their ingredients, and the availability of fresh food fluctuated dramatically with the seasons and weather conditions. During the winter months, many taverns subsisted almost entirely on preserved foods, serving endless variations of salt pork, dried beans, and stored root vegetables. The monotony of these winter meals was broken only by the occasional addition of game meat or preserved fish. The preparation methods used in colonial taverns were necessarily simple and practical. Most cooking was done over open fires, with large iron pots and Dutch ovens providing the primary cooking vessels. Roasting was accomplished using spits turned by hand or by small dogs trained for the purpose. The lack of precise temperature control meant that food was often overcooked or undercooked, and the constant exposure to smoke gave many tavern dishes a distinctive, sometimes overwhelming, smoky flavor that could mask both good ingredients and poor preparation. Tavern keepers developed various strategies to stretch their food supplies and maximize profits. Stews and soups were popular because they could incorporate scraps and lesser cuts of meat while still providing a filling meal. Bread was often made with a mixture of different grains and flours, depending on what was available and affordable. Some unscrupulous tavern keepers were known to water down their stews, add sawdust to their bread, or serve spoiled meat disguised with heavy seasonings. Though such practices could result in loss of license if discovered, the social dynamics of tavern dining created unique challenges for both proprietors and patrons. Travelers from different social classes often found themselves sharing tables and meals, creating tension and awkwardness in a society that valued clear social distinctions. Tavern keepers had to navigate these social complexities while maintaining order in their establishments. Fights over food quality, seating arrangements, or perceived slights were common, and many tavern keepers kept weapons behind the bar to maintain peace. Alcoholic beverages played a crucial role in the tavern experience, often serving as both complement and compensation for the food. Small beer, cider, and rum were standard offerings, and many patrons found that a few drinks helped make even the most unpalatable food more tolerable. Tavern keepers often made more profit from their beverages than from their food, leading some to focus more attention on their drink selection than on their culinary offerings. The combination of alcohol and communal dining created a boisterous atmosphere that many travelers found either entertaining or disturbing, depending on their temperament and circumstances. Regional variations in tavern food reflected the diverse cultural influences and available ingredients across colonial America. New England taverns served more seafood and dairy products, while southern establishments featured more pork and corn-based dishes. Pennsylvania taverns, influenced by German immigrants, sometimes offered sauerkraut and sausages alongside traditional English fare. These regional differences were often subtle, however, as the limitations of food preservation and transportation meant that most taverns relied heavily on local ingredients and traditional preparation methods. The reputation of individual taverns spread through word of mouth among travelers, creating informal networks of information about where to find good food and comfortable lodging. Successful tavern keepers understood that their reputation was their most valuable asset, and they worked hard to maintain standards that would encourage repeat business and positive recommendations. However, the isolated nature of many taverns meant that some proprietors could maintain profitable businesses despite serving mediocre or even poor food, simply because travelers had no other options. As colonial America developed and trade networks expanded, some taverns began to offer more sophisticated dining experiences. The better establishments in major cities started to feature separate dining rooms, printed menus, and more varied food offerings. However, these improvements were limited to a small number of urban taverns, and the vast majority of colonial Americans continued to experience tavern dining as a basic, utilitarian affair focused more on sustenance than on culinary pleasure. When war came to colonial America, the already challenging task of feeding a family became exponentially more difficult. The Revolutionary War, King Philip's War, the French and Indian War, and countless smaller conflicts transformed the colonial food landscape into something even more precarious than usual. During the Revolutionary War, both Continental and British forces requisitioned food supplies from colonial farms and households. Farmers would wake to find their livestock driven away by hungry soldiers, their grain stores emptied, and their root cellars ransacked. What took months to grow and preserve could disappear in a single night. Martha Washington wrote to a friend in 1778, describing how difficult it had become to maintain proper meals at Mount Vernon. Even wealthy households struggled when supply lines were disrupted, and local markets collapsed under the pressure of feeding armies. The Continental Army's struggles with food are well documented. Soldiers at Valley Forge survived on what they called fire cake, a mixture of flour and water baked on hot stones. When even flour became scarce, they boiled tree bark and leather to create something resembling soup. But civilians faced their own wartime food challenges. With men away fighting, women and children had to manage farms and food production with reduced labor. Crops went unharvested, livestock wandered unattended, and preservation techniques suffered from lack of manpower. Trade disruptions meant that imported foods disappeared entirely from colonial tables. Sugar, tea, coffee, and spices became luxury items that most families couldn't afford or simply couldn't find. Salt, crucial for food preservation, became so scarce that coastal communities organized expeditions to collect seawater for boiling. During King Philip's War in 1675 and 1676, entire settlements were abandoned as colonists fled to fortified towns. Families left behind carefully tended gardens, stored grain, and preserved meats. When they returned months later, they often found their food supplies destroyed by weather, animals, or enemy raids. The psychological impact of wartime food scarcity was profound. Children who lived through these periods often developed lifelong anxieties about food security. Adults hoarded whatever they could find, sometimes to the detriment of their neighbors. Wartime also changed colonial eating patterns in unexpected ways. With traditional food sources disrupted, families experimented with foods they might never have considered during peacetime. Native American allies taught desperate colonists to eat roots, bark, and plants that could sustain life when nothing else was available. The Siege of Boston from 1775 to 1776 created unique food challenges for both sides. British forces controlled the harbor, but were cut off from inland food sources. Colonists controlled the countryside, but couldn't access imported goods. Both sides suffered from malnutrition and food-related diseases. Women during wartime became incredibly resourceful with food preparation. They learned to stretch small amounts of meat by adding more vegetables and grains to stews. They discovered which wild plants could substitute for cultivated vegetables, and which tree barks could be ground into flour substitutes. The French and Indian War introduced colonists to new preservation techniques learned from military necessity. Soldiers returning home brought knowledge of how to preserve meat for long journeys and how to prepare foods that would remain edible for weeks without spoiling. Wartime rationing became an informal but necessary practice in many colonial communities. Families would voluntarily limit their consumption of certain foods to ensure that everyone in the community had something to eat. This communal approach to food scarcity helped many settlements survive extended conflicts. The disruption of normal trade routes during wartime meant that regional food specialties disappeared from distant markets. New England cod became unavailable in the southern colonies, while southern rice and indigo couldn't reach northern ports. This forced communities to become more self-sufficient in their food production. Military camps became laboratories for food preservation and preparation techniques. Soldiers learned to smoke meat over different types of wood, to identify edible plants in various regions, and to prepare foods that could be carried during long marches. The end of conflicts often brought new food challenges as communities tried to rebuild their agricultural systems. Fields that had been abandoned for months or years needed extensive work before they could produce crops again. Livestock populations had to be rebuilt from whatever animals had survived the war. Some wartime food innovations became permanent parts of colonial cuisine. Techniques for preserving meat developed during military campaigns were adopted by civilian households. Methods for preparing foods from limited ingredients became family traditions passed down through generations. The psychological impact of wartime food scarcity extended far beyond the actual conflicts. Families who had experienced hunger during wars continued to prepare and store food as if another conflict might begin at any moment. This mentality shaped colonial food culture for decades after peace was restored. Children who grew up during wartime developed different relationships with food than those who lived during peaceful times. They learned to appreciate every morsel, to waste nothing, and to view abundant meals as temporary luxuries rather than expected norms. The documentation of wartime food experiences in letters and diaries provides some of our most detailed accounts of what colonial Americans actually ate during times These records reveal both the ingenuity and desperation that characterized colonial food culture during its most challenging periods. Recovery from wartime food shortages could take years. Communities had to rebuild not just their food production systems, but also their knowledge of local food sources, their networks for trading and sharing food, and their confidence in their ability to feed themselves through future challenges. As colonial settlements pushed westward into the untamed wilderness, the challenges of obtaining and preparing food became even more daunting than those faced by coastal communities. The frontier represented the absolute edge of European civilization in America, where traditional food systems broke down entirely, and survival often depended on adaptation, ingenuity, and sheer determination. The journey westward itself presented the first major hurdle. Families traveling by wagon train or on foot had to carry all their provisions for months-long journeys across hundreds of miles of wilderness. Space was at an absolute premium, forcing difficult decisions about what food to bring and what to leave behind. Most settlers relied on hardtack, dried beans, salt pork, and cornmeal as their primary provisions during travel. Hardtack, that ubiquitous frontier staple, was essentially a thick cracker made from flour, water, and salt, baked until it became rock hard. When prepared properly, hardtack could last for years without spoiling, making it ideal for long journeys. However, eating hardtack was often an ordeal in itself. The crackers were so hard they could break teeth, requiring soaking in water, coffee, or soup to make them edible. Even then, they were tasteless and provided little nutritional value beyond basic calories. Salt pork, another travel staple, was pork that had been heavily salted and sometimes smoked to preserve it. While it provided essential fats and proteins, the salt content was so high that it often caused severe thirst and digestive problems. The meat was frequently rancid by the time it was consumed, but frontier families had little choice but to eat it anyway. Many settlers described the taste as barely tolerable, even when prepared in stews or soups. Once frontier families reached their destination and began establishing homesteads, they faced an entirely new set of food challenges. Unlike coastal settlements that could rely on established trade networks and supply ships from Europe, frontier communities were completely isolated. The nearest town might be hundreds of miles away, accessible only by dangerous trails through hostile territory. Building a sustainable food system from scratch in the wilderness required tremendous effort and knowledge. Settlers had to clear land by hand, removing massive trees and countless rocks before they could even think about planting crops. This backbreaking work often took years to complete, meaning families had to survive on minimal food stores while establishing their farms. The soil on the frontier was often poor and unfamiliar to European farming techniques. What worked in England or Germany frequently failed in the American wilderness. settlers had to learn through trial and error which crops would grow in their specific location, often losing entire seasons of work to failed experiments. Many families faced starvation during these learning periods. Hunting became absolutely essential for frontier survival, but it required skills that many European settlers had never developed. In Europe, hunting was typically reserved for the nobility, leaving common people with little experience tracking and killing wild game. Frontier families had to quickly learn to hunt deer, elk, bear, and smaller game, or face starvation. Even successful hunting presented challenges. Without proper preservation techniques, large game animals had to be consumed quickly before the meat spoiled. Frontier families developed various methods for preserving meat, including smoking, salting, and drying into jerky. However, these techniques required specific knowledge and equipment that many settlers lacked initially. The isolation of frontier life meant that dietary variety was virtually non-existent. Families might eat the same basic foods for months at a time, leading to severe nutritional deficiencies. Scurvy, caused by lack of vitamin C, was common among frontier settlers who had no access to fresh fruits or vegetables during long winters. Many frontier children grew up with stunted growth and developmental problems due to chronic malnutrition. Seasonal food shortages were particularly brutal on the frontier. The period between late winter and early spring, often called the starving time, was when stored food supplies ran lowest, and fresh food was not yet available. Frontier families frequently resorted to eating tree bark, roots, and other foraged materials to survive these desperate periods. Water sources presented another major challenge for frontier settlements. Unlike coastal areas with established wells and water systems, frontier families had to locate and develop their own water sources. Many settlements were established near streams or springs, but these water sources were often contaminated with animal waste or naturally occurring minerals that made the water unpalatable or dangerous to drink. The lack of proper food storage facilities on the frontier meant that even successfully grown or hunted food was vulnerable to spoilage and pest infestation. Root cellars had to be dug by hand and properly constructed to maintain consistent temperatures. Smokehouses required specific construction techniques and constant maintenance. Many frontier families lost significant portions of their food stores to rats, insects, and other pests. Cooking on the frontier was particularly challenging due to the lack of proper equipment and fuel. While coastal settlements might have access to coal or established woodlots, frontier families had to cut their own firewood while simultaneously clearing land for farming. Cast iron cookware was extremely heavy and expensive, making it difficult to transport during westward migration. Many frontier families cooked over open fires for years before they could afford to build proper fireplaces or chimneys. This method of cooking was dangerous inefficient, and produced inconsistent results. Food was frequently burned on the outside while remaining raw on the inside, or was so heavily smoked that it became nearly inedible. The psychological impact of frontier food challenges cannot be understated. The constant worry about having enough food to survive created tremendous stress for frontier families. Parents watched their children grow thin and weak, knowing that the next failed harvest or harsh winter could mean starvation for the entire family. Trade with Native American tribes sometimes provided relief from food shortages, but these relationships were often complicated by cultural misunderstandings and territorial conflicts. Some tribes were willing to trade corn, beans, and other foods for European goods, while others viewed the settlers as invaders to be driven away. Despite these overwhelming challenges, frontier families gradually developed strategies for survival. They learned to preserve foods using traditional techniques, established small gardens that could provide fresh vegetables during growing seasons, and developed networks with other settlers for sharing resources during emergencies. However, the process of establishing sustainable food systems on the frontier often took decades and came at tremendous human cost. The frontier food experience represented perhaps the most extreme example of colonial America's food challenges, where survival itself was never guaranteed, and every meal was a victory against the harsh realities of wilderness life. As we've explored throughout this gentle journey through colonial American cuisine, food in this era was far from the romantic vision often portrayed in historical celebrations and modern media. From coarse cornmeal that formed the foundation of most diets to heavily salted meats that would seem nearly inedible by today's standards, colonial settlers faced daily challenges in simply finding enough nutritious food to sustain themselves and their families. The reality of colonial dining was one of monotony, uncertainty, and frequent discomfort. While we might imagine hearty stews and fresh bread gracing colonial tables, the truth was far more austere. Most colonists ate the same limited foods prepared in the same ways, day after day, month after month, with little variation except what the seasons might bring. The cornbread that appeared at nearly every meal was dense, often gritty, and frequently contained bits of hull or even small stones from the grinding process. These harsh food realities shaped colonial society in profound ways, influencing everything from religious practices and social hierarchies to gender roles and the development of regional identities. The seasonal cycles of plenty and scarcity created a rhythm to colonial life that is almost unimaginable in our modern world of year-round abundance and global food systems. Families would spend the autumn months frantically preserving whatever they could harvest or purchase, knowing that their survival through the winter months depended entirely on these preparations. The constant threat of spoilage meant that much of what colonial Americans ate would be considered unsafe or unpalatable by contemporary standards. Meat was heavily salted to the point of being nearly inedible without extensive soaking and cooking. Vegetables were pickled in strong brines that masked their original flavors entirely. Even dairy products, when available, were often sour or on the verge of spoiling, as there was no reliable way to keep them fresh for more than a day or two. Food preservation techniques that seem primitive to us were actually innovations that meant the difference between survival and starvation for many colonial families. The ability to properly smoke meat, dry corn, or ferment vegetables was knowledge passed down through generations and shared among communities. Women, in particular, bore the enormous responsibility of managing these preservation processes, as their success or failure could determine whether their families would have enough to eat during the lean months. The gradual adaptation of European cooking traditions to incorporate Native American ingredients and techniques represents one of the first truly American cultural developments. The adoption of corn as a staple grain, the use of maple syrup as a sweetener, and the incorporation of indigenous vegetables like squash and beans created a unique colonial cuisine that was neither fully European nor fully Native American, but something entirely new-born from necessity and cultural exchange. Regional variations in colonial cuisine laid the groundwork for what would eventually become America's diverse food traditions. The rice culture of South Carolina, the wheat fields of Pennsylvania, the fishing traditions of New England, and the cattle ranching of the frontier all contributed to distinct regional food identities that persist in modified forms to this day. These regional differences were not matters of preference, but of survival, as each area had to adapt to its specific climate, soil conditions, and available resources. The social implications of food scarcity and poor quality cannot be overstated. Meals were often silent affairs, not because of any cultural preference for quiet dining, but because there was simply so little food that conversation might distract from the serious business of consuming whatever nutrition was available. Children learned early to eat quickly and completely, as there might not be enough for seconds, and food left on a plate was food wasted. Even special occasions and feasts, while more abundant than everyday meals, would seem limited and often unappetizing by contemporary standards. Wedding celebrations might feature slightly more meat than usual, or perhaps some imported sugar for a special cake. But the fundamental limitations of colonial food production and preservation meant that even the most elaborate celebrations were constrained by the harsh realities of the food system. The next time you enjoy a fresh, varied meal, or turn on a tap for clean drinking water, perhaps take a moment to appreciate how different our food security is from that of our colonial ancestors. Consider how fortunate we are to live in an age where food safety regulations, refrigeration, global trade networks, and agricultural science have created a level of food security and variety that would have seemed miraculous to colonial Americans. The monotony of the colonial diet, the same foods prepared the same ways day after day, created a culinary experience fundamentally different from our modern expectation of variety and choice. Where we might grow bored with eating the same meal twice in a week, colonial families often ate virtually identical meals for months at a time, with only minor variations based on what might be available through hunting, foraging, or trade. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of colonial American food and the daily struggles our ancestors faced in simply trying to eat well enough to survive and thrive in a new and challenging environment. I hope this journey through history has helped you relax and perhaps drift towards sleep, while also gaining a deeper appreciation for the remarkable abundance and safety of our modern food system. This has been Boring History for Sleep, where we explore fascinating historical topics in a calm, soothing way designed to help you rest. Join us next time as we continue to explore the everyday realities of life in earlier times, always with a gentle pace and measured tone designed to help you find peaceful sleep. The psychological impact of constant food insecurity created a mindset that permeated every aspect of colonial life. Families hoarded whatever they could, not out of greed, but from the very real understanding that tomorrow's meal was never guaranteed. Children grew up with an intimate knowledge of hunger that shaped their relationship with food for their entire lives. The anxiety of not knowing whether there would be enough to eat created a culture of extreme frugality and waste consciousness that would seem almost obsessive by today's standards. Even the wealthy colonists, those who could afford imported goods and larger quantities of food, lived with dietary restrictions that would seem severe to modern middle-class families. Their advantage lay not in eating dramatically different foods, but in having more reliable access to the same limited range of colonial staples. A wealthy family might have meat more frequently, or white bread instead of cornbread, but they still faced the same fundamental challenges of food preservation and seasonal availability that affected all colonial households. The communal aspects of food preparation and preservation created social bonds that were essential for survival. Neighbors shared knowledge about which wild plants were safe to eat, how to properly cure meat, and when to harvest various crops for maximum nutrition and storage potential. These food-related social networks were often the difference between a family thriving or merely surviving through difficult periods. The sharing of food during times of abundance was not just generosity, but an investment in future reciprocity when circumstances might be reversed. Medical understanding of nutrition was virtually non-existent, leading to widespread deficiency diseases that we now know could have been easily prevented with proper diet. Scurvy, rickets, and various forms of malnutrition were common, particularly during the long winter months when fresh foods were completely unavailable. Colonial families often attributed these illnesses to bad air, moral failings, or divine punishment, having no understanding of the connection between their limited diet and their health problems. The seasonal rhythm of colonial eating created a cycle of feast and famine that governed the entire structure of daily life. Spring brought the desperate search for any edible wild plants that might supplement dwindling winter stores. Summer meant frantic activity as families tried to grow, gather, and preserve as much food as possible before the next winter. Autumn was a time of intense labor as every available person worked to process and store the harvest. Winter brought the careful rationing of preserved foods and the constant worry about whether supplies would last until spring. Trade relationships with Native American communities were often crucial for colonial survival, particularly in the early years of settlement. Indigenous peoples possessed knowledge of local food sources and preservation techniques that could mean the difference between life and death for struggling colonial communities. The exchange of European goods for native foods and agricultural knowledge created some of the earliest cross-cultural relationships in American history, though these relationships were often complicated by conflicting land use practices and cultural misunderstandings. The gradual development of colonial agriculture represented a slow adaptation to American conditions that took generations to achieve. European crops often failed in American soil and climate conditions, forcing colonists to experiment with new varieties and growing techniques. The successful cultivation of crops like tobacco, rice, and indigo eventually provided some colonies with cash crops that could be traded for imported foods. But this agricultural success came only after decades of trial and error, crop failures, and near starvation. Food-related gender roles in colonial society were rigidly defined and absolutely essential for family survival. Women bore primary responsibility for food preservation, cooking, and the management of household food supplies. Their knowledge of which foods could be safely stored together, how to detect spoilage, and how to stretch limited ingredients into nourishing meals was literally a matter of life and death for their families. Men's roles focused on food production through farming, hunting, and fishing. But the transformation of raw ingredients into edible, preserved foods was almost entirely women's work. The religious significance of food in colonial life extended far beyond simple gratitude for daily sustenance. Many colonists viewed their struggles with food scarcity as tests of faith and periods of abundance as divine blessings. Religious communities often shared food resources during times of particular hardship, and religious leaders frequently addressed food-related concerns in their sermons and writings. The biblical injunctions about sharing with the poor and storing grain for lean years took on immediate practical significance in colonial communities where such actions were necessary for community survival. As we conclude our exploration of colonial American food, it's worth reflecting on how these harsh realities shaped the character and values of early American society. The self-reliance, community cooperation, and resourcefulness that became hallmarks of American identity were forged in part by the daily necessity of securing adequate nutrition in a challenging environment. The abundance we enjoy today stands in stark contrast to the food insecurity that was a constant presence in the lives of our colonial ancestors. Rest now, knowing that your own relationship with food exists in a context of remarkable security and abundance. Sweet dreams, and thank you for joining us for another episode of Boring History for Sleep. This segment is shorter than required, 1852,080 words. Please expand content to match the 0030 duration.